This is the post-CCC elimination match with opponents picking civs. This is 7Cs. We have a lot of players that coming on in here to have a good time. I'm just canceling out these notifications off to the side. While we, you know.
I like lock this channel, Blaze.
Who's coming in?
That said, we are looking to have a really good time today.
Should I settle the left side or the right side of this one?
It's always the right side, Fish.
Alright, now to explain this match and the rules, it is a 7Cs map. Opponents pick their civs, and, well, as in standing ruling, in an hour and a half, the player with the lowest score will be forcibly removed from the game. In other words, they will become an AI. That AI cannot be attacked. Their cities cannot be taken. So these players really have to be on top of their game. There can be no friendships, no alliances. And as you can hear the banter in the background there. You have Warbringer the Canadian down here.
Can send me the 20 gold.
Pyrolator, pretty close by. We do of course have Norway up here, but on the other side. So isn't going to be able to use boats to really get a hit in here, unfortunately. Rename your capitals. I wanna. There's Blaze's Khmer up here in the north. Mountain range cutting a lot out here. Let's see. Lots of space for Blaze, actually. That said, lots of space. Wow.
Does it have to be our name, or can we put it something that involves our name?
As long as people can see it as I'm moving the map around and see who's who. Because I get asked a billion times throughout streams and casts, hey, who's this person? Who's that one? We do have Mike here playing as England. Georgia here being picked up by Castronaut, of course. Task Force, Scrap Force Fish over here playing as Nubia. Lots of plane cells. Oh my god.
I'm gonna take a random.
Wow, look at all this space. This is beautiful.
Let's see. We have
The home of Islam. Our player playing India here is of course Jay Pizzle, but to the east is Scrap Champ. This is Von Holio. That said, let's take a look at some of these player starts here. And again, this is a 7Cs map. Oh, it's double iron. Beautiful. All these
If you
hells.
have desert, then I'm gonna have desert soon.
Oh wow.
So there's a rice start for food, the marsh to work as well. These are really nice to see, all these hills to work. However, that is going to be a bit of a pinch because some of these hills are going to have to be used for districts.
That's like the only way. That's my good side.
That being said, here Castronaut nearby, but this land is incredibly easy to defend. Oof. Lots of space.
You'll know by the reaction.
Be a lot of. You like that? You like that, Jessica?
Our Khmer player, Blaze, getting that scout.
Two blue, one yellow, one.
Oh, who did I meet?
Oh.
And why did I meet them?
Damn it, Uber.
Pyro, you know me from the old days.
Nuria, of course. Lots of space here. There's just so much room.
Yeah, you gotta work.
No, we don't have to.
Your land is
Right into a settler, it looks like, for Blaze.
So
His
My land
land
is your
does
land.
have the
Yeah,
double
no,
horse,
this
going to
land
have
is
the
yours.
iron, the double iron nearby. Lots of sheep up here as well. Look at this sugar tile. Good lord. What a beautiful start.
that was the best rendition.
1-3s, like, along the river too. These are beautiful, beautiful lumber mills. Taking a look at Task Force's start here. Does have the wheat. Did settle on the tobacco, it looks like. We're on, yep, the incense. I apologize. No, it
So
might be
everyone's
tobacco.
gonna vote for
No, it was
Trump.
tobacco. Curse you, game!
Don't
Double
think so.
sheep starts for the 2-2s. Is going to have iron there. It does have a good river lumber mill. Second iron nearby.
It might be marble.
This is just, again, a beautiful, beautiful start. And look at all of these mountain adjacencies as well. This is incredible. Campus, first campus going out. Taking a look down here at our pizza player here. Has the iron for when he gets the technology unlocked, of course. Has the double horses very close by. Spices, beautiful. Lots of plains here. Tons of hills nearby.
Balance.
No, it's not fun until, wow, I met a Sib. Shing!
Brett?
Ching! Man, how did I meet somebody on turn 5? What is this?
That's a big ass nap. Like, oh, what?
Ido, I don't want to see anybody till like turn 30.
He won't answer that, huh?
Take a look at here at the Phoenician start here. Double horse nearby. That's going to be good. Has the iron. So far, everybody has
Is there
horses
bots in
and
this
or
game?
iron
Oh, I see.
nearby.
Man,
Most
are
have
you
both.
locked in here?
Blaze, did you turn bots on or off?
Or like fucking
They
huts
won't
on?
spawn.
Or huts on? Like
Huts.
Jesus Christ.
Huts are on. Barbarians will not spawn.
Uber, like the good old days. I'm not giving you open borders.
Barbarians can only spawn in Fog of War. And because I can see the entire map, barbarians will never spawn.
What are you doing over here, cat?
How we gonna divvy up this land then, Pyro?
I don't even know where you are yet, so we'll figure this out.
That's collusion.
Long ship coming
This is
out.
not collusion. We're talking about it in the open.
Okay, we're two naval civs. We don't want to fight each other, okay? We don't want to go
All
wreck
of this
other ships
Canadian
someplace
tundra.
else.
Actually, you cannot fight only each other if you're two navels. There's no other naval sis.
Exactly. So
These
why
little
would we fight each
pocket
other?
islands,
We could just go
honestly,
fuck
aren't
up
that bad.
Yeah, but you can't fuck up the rest of the world. You can take cities only from each other. Because only you are selling on the coast.
Welcome to the stream, everybody.
I don't know. I'm worried
Oh,
about
damn.
I found the picture.
Damn, we are fucking close.
Let me see where my score is. Yeah, we're pretty close. What's my score? Alright, yeah, Sarnus, can you, fast forward the clock, please?
Fast forward the clock.
Yeah.
Alright, so I heard 60 seconds. 60 seconds?
Yes.
I take offense to that.
And for those that are joining, of
The
course,
Canadian
welcome.
People take offense to that.
Do have a first settler coming out here for Mike. Now remember, this is an elimination match. After another hour and 20 minutes, the player with the lowest score will be forcibly removed from the game, and then every 30 minutes afterward.
How far are you away, Hog?
Are you nearby, cat? Like really close?
Yeah, we're super close. Pyro. Dang.
I just remembered to change my capital. Guys, change your names.
I did already.
Could be a good hit. For those of you that are listening, please let me know if the background noise from the chat in the room is too much. Too loud, too quiet, I will adjust it. Just let me know. That said, I am very interested to see what happens
Wait,
here.
depends on the map.
Woohoo. This is a Diplo Plus, but no friends.
There is, but I've already seen some tundra, so I don't know how much of it's gonna be decent.
Well, you know, you can
I'll tell you.
go to other
Stay
places.
out of the tundra.
No friendships, right, guys? But we can be friendly. What?
You cannot make it free.
Alright. Am I allowed to say that I'm the UN? Pyro, I'm the UN and I won't fire upon anyone unless I'm being fired upon. Can I say that?
Isn't that what the Japanese said?
Wow.
Oh boy, this naked settler could get caught.
I won't fire upon anyone unless I'm being fired upon. I will defend myself at all times.
Well, I'm just happy to know whatever happens, I can blame it on Blaze for not having the mod set correct.
Yeah.
I want my previous one.
I had 2 4 production tiles, okay? I don't want to hear it.
I had 2 4.
Interesting, pulls the warrior back, getting that settler out. Did a double scout open. Here we go.
So, what,
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Wrong district. Wrong district, mate.
Who built the wrong district?
Non-specific.
You won't say? Are we allowed to say?
I don't think so. But in any case,
Who
wrong
have you
district.
met? Who have you met? I want to know who you met. Was it this? It's probably bitch.
dang, you got all this nice land to your north.
I got no land. Don't mind me. It's nothing.
Can you show continents?
Yeah. We are looking above and beyond.
Let's see, we got Baltica all the way up through the north here, and then it divides to Australia, Antarctica.
I swear.
Another
I think
divide
it's
here.
dark and orange color.
And select, how is the background noise from the channel that I'm sitting in? Is it too loud, too quiet?
I didn't pick China.
You
Yeah,
can,
I didn't.
alright, cool. Thank you. And yes, he can.
I think it was Blaze.
The problem's gonna be, is he gonna be able to...
As a wonder
Who, me? I don't have a wonder.
Is he gonna be able to fight off Norway while having Canada right here, though?
You can ask
I
Pyro.
mean,
Pyro has seen
turn for epic tundra.
He has a Volcanorana. It's a rare Pokemon.
Oh, who did I meet?
Corona.
Oh,
Is it-
Canada.
Oh,
Canada. Oh, Canada, where are you, my Canada? Where are you?
So guys, I got a question for all of you while we're playing. What was your favorite event in the CCC, and why?
I only played like 4 vs 4s in that phase, so.
4v4s were fun. I like the
balance. Balance.
How did you not get a remap?
On.
Oh lord.
Because you were Maori and you chose this fuck.
But I can't add, like, the 12 turns must it take a while to something that's there. Play a powering game. Say, well, you gotta be in this certain order. It takes a while to see play. I mean, they can kind of the same. You don't get a scout.
Oh. Anyone else?
I wanted to play the only peace game. That one seemed really interesting.
Yeah, that was my favorite.
I wanted to play that too, but I was stuck in another. And then Mercy had to play it.
That one seemed pretty interesting. The one city challenge was kind of interesting. I got some bad advice, but you know.
Ah, come on. Dude, your first 10 turns you were leading so hard. Your Pantheon pick was perfect and everything. You had
Are you feeling? Are you feeling?
you left Magnus in that city for 50 fucking turns, man.
What defensive? Why? Was I talking about you?
You said
As
you
I
got
was
bad advice,
highlighting there,
it
now
was
that I'm muted again,
moment for the
there is an excellent city right here to grab. I just grabbed this tile for the campus and be mint. That said, is opting to go straight into a builder, taking another look around to the southwest to Castronaut. Going for that early Temple of Artemis, really good early wonder, is going to have some really good things going to it. Beautiful. That was a beautiful eruption.
Where are you?
hidden.
Where is the choice going to be for this settle?
Oh, my one title short.
Beautiful for food sugar. That said, England is getting those coastal settles down, and beautiful. Right here, this dockyard is going to be beautiful. 3 plus the city center. That's going to be delicious.
My God, give me the power to turn more tricks.
So,
You just have the
what's timer
Hattusa
at?
right there as well.
Yeah, that's a good question.
You have 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 8 seconds remaining.
If I could turn like 50 or 60.
I felt like I have 40 minutes or 30 minutes or 10 minutes left or something.
So if you're in a higher score and you try to run out the time,
Yeah, but at this point in the game,
Another holy site.
there's things that you can one turn
Not finishing.
which make a
Getting another
massive
settler out.
like religion in
Holy site prayers are going to come down. Who is going to get that first religion? It looks like it will be Khmer, actually.
Is that what I think it is? I hope not. I know those colors.
ish.
I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to say.
It's a trap.
I don't know. I'm not gonna say. I know the colors. I know the colors, but I don't know 100% sure. I'm gonna.
He can't see. He can only see the border. He doesn't know
What's
whose it is.
Lucia's colors again?
His base color is like yellow and like white or something.
I thought it was like a brownish and yellow thing.
Yeah, maybe it's. Yeah.
It's like white, brown.
yeah.
It's going to be close here. Now,
Yeah.
Blaze was given Khmer out of the draft he got.
I don't know.
Another holy site
This
coming
was
up.
an unexpected.
These culture bombs are going to be really, really helpful.
Making like 12 potatoes right now.
I'm going in for a C for Elixies.
Temple of
is.
Artemis does get picked up by Castronaut.
CG Ebert.
It's Mapuche.
Oh.
It's Von.
Builder coming out early in order to get these
Oh
improvements.
my god, no fucking religions. I knew my turn 4 settle would be.
Oh shit, what the fuck's going on over here?
Is getting that shrine up. Woof. Woof indeed.
I have land. I don't know.
Lots of space here. A lot of tundra, but look at that. Hill spices, the uranium's down here they can't see, but it's a lot of good tiles down here for later use and development.
Is that the beauty? I think I
Any
need.
of the Tundra.
I think.
That chocolate. Chocolate.
Or wait. You just sling compliment.
Have to see who is gonna get what.
Sorry.
Now, didn't have the religion set up yet. Does now. Alright, first religion is picked up. Will be Taoism by the Khmer player Blaze. And it looked like Jesuit education and lay ministry. Gonna be able to buy up those campus and theater square district buildings and that holy site. Or each holy site or theater square district in a city following religion is an extra 2 faith and culture. This is going to be a huge culture spike for the Khmer player, of course, once that stuff comes online. Now that said, the pantheon of choice was River Goddess. Ooh. Oh, why? I really wish I would have been a campus.
See what wonders have been built.
Yeah,
I don't think the timeline does that. Oh no, you can do that. The gossip. It's the gossip. They put that.
Oh, I see it.
List of
Gossip.
words. Gossip. Yeah.
That said, taking a look here between Vaughn and Xayj. Getting a little aggressive here with this settle. Is pretty forward in comparison. The spawns are actually really good across the board. Some are closer than others. May lead to some early war, but even then.
Not with Cat.
Yep, because I steal them all.
I guess that's fair.
It helps to deal with the city-state clump issue in case the spawn's really messed up and someone gets a bunch of city-states. Well, at least they don't have, plus like 6 production in their capital to making units because of the red meats or the science or the culture hits. Alrighty. This settler heading down southwest here. Where will it go down here is the real question. There is plenty of space, even out along this little peninsula here, that are actually really good for our Dido player, Pyro. Like, this land is not bad. You easily could build tall here. The only threat is forward settles from Canada, who also has a ton of space here as well. The tundra looking kind of barren, to be completely honest. However, all of this space here, every player has enough space to where war isn't forced. Now you might say there's an exception between our England player Mike and our Georgia player Castronaut because of how close they are, but these coastal settles are ideal for England, and Hattusas right here as well could be taken or just kept for trade routes for science for the England player, because all those naval dockyards are going to come online as well. So I'll have to wait and see how that goes. That said, in an hour and 5 minutes, we will be evicting our lowest score player. To give you guys an idea, this is what we're looking at right now. Now, of course, these points are going to change drastically over the course of the next hour. We'll have to wait and see what these players are going to choose to do, because you can get score in many, many ways. To break this down, getting more civics if you want to play culture heavy, your religion if you get one, securing great people, getting more cities down, wonders built. You know, there's a lot of different ways to go about it, and the question is, how will each of these players choose to do so?
The standard paper way.
Another settler going to be coming out for Castronaut next turn. Heading over to our J Pizzle here. Has a builder that came out this last turn. Looking to move it around. Another builder coming out in the following turn. However, Von Holio has the archer here. Moving forward. Might be looking to get a little aggressive.
Fun games are you guys playing?
It's such a fun game.
Capture the fish.
Catch the fish.
It's timed elimination of
What's that even mean?
like it's a round of hourly elimination.
Trade route coming out. Probably going to lock in these cities. We'll cross the river and go up these hills. Might even because of the wooded hill.
Yeah, we get to the
Yeah.
That's
1 hour remaining.
Ally? Or like, can you kill
no allies.
Sorry,
Cannot
guys.
kill the AI. Pillage the piss out of them. Raise them.
What are you saying?
Kill
Does
the
buy the Kyle here. This will be a campus, securing it in. Just like this one was locked in immediately.
Like if you're in the middle of
Let's not kill cities, guys. Let's not kill cities.
Chose to put it here though for the +5.
But why?
Oh. 1 hour remaining.
and already have
1 hour remaining, guys. 1 hour remaining.
Blaze, I'm kidding. I'm Canada.
Yeah, somebody was given Canada.
Fine, I like you.
that real.
What? I got trolled.
You got Rick.
No, I got
That culture bomb securing these tiles for free
it
is
said 1 turn
beautiful.
left, and now it says 1 turn left again.
Peckers.
He player getting those holy site prayers. Next profit coming up will be secured by the Canadian player. Mapuche is looking to eventually get secured as well. Let's take a look at our religious choices. The religion of scrap for Von Holio's Mapuche picks up choral music and defender of the faith. Going to be a lot harder to take down, and is going to turn that faith into culture as well.
Why is anyone? Sorry.
Holy site getting built by J Pizzle as well. Look, this might turn into quite the religious scuffle when we start having theological warfare going on.
That's what I'll do. I have vengeance on my mind. Right?
I'm curious to see if any aggression is going to come out in this direction. Builder comes out, switches into the galley, seeing the Viking longship there. Archer fortified in Calcutta there. Warriors securing the horse. These builders getting these tiles improved. Third city down in Mumbai here is working on another holy site. That said, more players are getting scouts into the area, really looking to see what's going on, what's around them. Trader is available to begin a trade route, hasn't been assigned yet. Castronaut looking to go down here to get this beautiful settle here. We'll pick up the bananas and the horse tile, along with the other hill here, the 2-1. We'll have a 2-1 wheat as well for some food for a good farm. That said, Manchester gets settled. Setting down, interestingly enough, a Royal Navy dock right here into the 1 tile lake. Looking to get a triangle here. There's no river to really maximize it, but this will still be a really good triangle.
Yeah,
Georgia in the game, right?
I'm there, Dick. You get first.
Yep. You knew that
Oh
was
wait.
happening.
Oh fuck. There's no.
Hey, can I borrow gold from someone, please? I want to buy a settler. Plus? No?
Stonehenge coming online, gonna get that early pick. of another belief unlock is in 2 turns. There isn't. Oh, is it gonna get chopped? Should chop this one, not that one.
Such a shame.
Oof, Valletta moving these warriors, kind of getting in the way a little bit. Will the settler end up going? Oh, goes up to Elsun. This is going to be settling up to the north. Now, that being the case, the 7 Seas map, these are locked in.
Norway is a high impact.
And there goes the holy site, gets persuaded to drop it by the banter. That said, starting to improve these tiles. Probably looking to buy. Might see a passive grab. The city might grab it next turn. We'll have to see. Wow. 331 turtle fishing boat improvement. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Mike really making the most of the English bonuses here, along with a good Pantheon pick with that start. Take a look at Caster out here to see what's going on. We do have another builder coming out, top of turn 26. Let's see here. We do have coming back eastward. Oh, Stonehenge completed by Blaze. He did chop it out.
Oh, Pyro.
Oh, goodness. These allergies just destroying me.
I saw the circle and I was like, what happened? Yeah.
It's not a big deal. I literally just started it like 2 turns ago.
Oof.
Yeah, but that's a birthmark on your
I'll take a look at it in a second. Watts.
birthmarks are ugly, dude.
Excuse me. I'm sorry about that. You have Watts getting unlocked for the science as well. Being picked up by our Canadian player here. We have work ethic and inerrant preachers getting that 40% range on the pressure. Shrines of Temple is giving out that production to our Canadian player.
Appears you might be too late.
I mean, you could for a few turns, but yeah, I mean,
Take a look at a religious lens here,
it's not gonna last very long.
just to give you guys an idea of how much that extra range really does factor in. The holy city here is reaching all the way to Pyro's capital passively, and strong enough that in 29 turns, a religion that was just founded could convert a city. Imagine how much faster that'll be once Winnipeg and Lisbon are converted. Trade routes also add into religious pressures. So it's something to bear in mind when making your choices if what you really wanted isn't available.
Fishing.
Let's see, where is he going? Hard to tell because of the warrior block from Valletta, but there is some beautiful tiles all through
I
here.
don't think we're near
This land is gorgeous.
If you're just getting me after scout, quite close.
That said, we do have another settler coming out in 5 turns from Von Holio. He is getting these online
Thank
though.
God for one tile pass.
Might be seeing a war. Might see it coming.
Fishing.
Fish out of water?
That said,
Both.
it's really hard to attack into fish. Really difficult. Oof.
Nice stuff.
We do have a war declaration onto a city-state. England is going to kill off Hattusa. using these ships. Ugh. Again, I apologize. These allergies are really getting me today. It's unfortunate. Didn't have any problems yesterday or the day before when I was casting. That said, taking a look here at England's land here, there are not a lot of improvements as you'll notice, except for in the sea here. Like, look at this absolutely beautiful 431 fishing boat. Now, of course, does have, you know, God of the Sea in order to get the better bonus. However, you know, making the most out of an otherwise, like, Leeds would not have much in the way of production otherwise. And here comes the dockyard. That is going to be a 5 gold dockyard. This one here is a 2. This one as well is a 2. But these are going to be set up to make triangles. Both here. This will make a diamond actually at some point. That being the case, taking a look at Castronaut now. Another boat coming out of Manchester. Why? I don't understand this galley. Why was this done? It can go between these 3 tiles in the city center. It's funny that that would be mentioned, considering. Needs to get another scout into this 1 tile pass to prevent Task from scouting them. Yep, this is going to get Hanging Gardens here. Next turn. So we'll have Stonehenge plus Hanging Gardens. These 2 cities are really nice. They have a lot of good tiles that they have access to. Definitely going to have you watching to see how these tiles get used and improved. That said, we do have campuses that are online. And that said, you know, Georgia is getting 1 scientist turn. Khmer is getting 1. But Task is getting 2. Now, warranted, all the profits got scooped. Alright? That's important to note that. We are going to look at the remaining religions since they got founded. We have England's, which is Divine Inspiration and Church Property. All World Wonders getting the 6th Faith. And every city following religion is going to be 2 gold. That being the case, the JPism is going to have reliquaries, Holy Order, and Synagogue.
I have found only 1 city state, and it's on the.
Really?
Oh, actually, there is.
I haven't found one on the water that I can get to. The only city state I found on the water is Fun.
I see 2.
I see a yellow.
All of them are yellow.
What is this? Man. Millions of miles away.
It's a good map.
I'm guessing.
That said, this is our Canadian player looking to get that 3rd city out in the next 3 turns.
Yvonne, I sent you a deal.
Does have Pyrolators scouting the land out. We'll see at least 1 horse. Finds the other one, might start getting scared. That said,
One.
everyone's getting that faith down in order to make the most out of the monumentality for that golden age. Next era, next turn, we will be taking a look and seeing who is where.
Damn, fish. How much shit's up there? I didn't get to go up there.
Fish higher.
I don't know. He went north with this nickel like thing, and I haven't seen him come back. I don't know where that goes.
Now, there is a pockets CS here,
Pyro,
but our Norway player is going to find it.
the Canadians take the tundra as their taking tiles from from wonders is not an issue the Canadians take problem with, but blocking settlers is a very
Problematic? Is that what you're telling me?
Impressive.
You're saying it's problematic?
Poppy.
You're saying it's problematic.
You're saying you want that goat pass?
Military's building up here. More warriors have come out. Oh, here it comes.
I see a big desert.
Alright, we're gonna get rid of our stuff real quick here. Gonna take Korean Quarry just to move along. That horse coming next turn.
There's so many that are gone already. Whoever didn't get a drop, it's gonna lose.
Oh, I didn't.
Whoever didn't get, it's gonna lose.
I was one turn away.
You know what's funny? I built the Stonehenge just for the apostles after I had it.
I was one turn away.
What a troll!
Oh, my
Potato
production-
archers
my captain's
online.
a monster.
I was freaking.
Here comes the
I'm
Oracle.
gonna send you a trade route.
Settler next turn.
Well,
Now that said, Blaze, J Pizzle, Castronaut, Task Force, and Mike are all in golden ages.
I got
However, we do have a normal age where Canadian player, Warbringer, Von Holio is Mapuche, and Ubermensch is Norway, and Dido is sitting in a dark age. So we might see a medieval heroic age from the Dido. It might be a heroic swing. Did opt to not bother to make the Barim. So we could see a tactical choice here based on the neighbors and how they're acting. Von Holio will find the Norway player and realize they are very close. Does have the coastal capital, has to be careful. Archers are more aggressively placed. Horse is moving forward. The city strength increase is going to be displayed though in plain sight.
it's the first game I've ever played, but I've never got the
There you go, man.
Thank
Yeah,
you
same.
for your contribution. I can't believe I haven't found any freaking blue city states. Like none. Anybody else in a blue city state?
I have to wait to see what choices are made here. I am trying to be quiet for some periods so you guys can hear and enjoy the background shenanigans going on. That said, lots of... Oh my goodness, Hattusa still not taken by the England player here. Is having to back up and recover these boats. Oof. This is going to be
Yeah, I
rough.
get it. Someone stole my choral music, but no one stole his paper prime.
Somebody stole a religion.
45 minutes remain until the first player is booted.
Better step it up,
Step it up. Hey, it's Sarneth is last. He has to go.
yeah. Like, I don't know if y'all.
I'm not last.
Remember, as a reminder to everyone who's just joining us, this is an elimination match. And that does mean that in the next 45 minutes, the lowest score player, whoever it is, will be kicked from the game. And AI will take over for them, and that AI cannot have their stuff taken over through war by another player. And then every 30 minutes afterward, the lowest player will be kicked until it is the last person standing. Now, with this in mind, every player has quite a bit of land here to expand out and do things with. War is an option for people with neighbors.
I don't know how far away he is from me.
going on.
That said, we do have religious pressures being applied.
Going on with you, my
What's going on?
Missionary moved up.
big friends, Mike.
Verse at 12, 25. That said, I mean, it's a lot of people doing
I
religion.
do, actually. I do. Quite a lot,
Oh,
actually.
found a city state. That's blue. Heck yeah.
I mean, taking a look at this,
It's bad.
3 turns, Lisbon will be converted, and that's going to apply more pressure. Quebec City will be converted, that's more pressure. And this is important for the Canadian player's religion, because our Canadian player, Warbringer, if you remember, did take
It's
the
5 tiles.
itinerant preachers for the 40% range on the spread.
I understand. We just
So
have
that
to-
passive spread is going to go a lot farther out.
Tiles behind it.
I'm just salty, man. I don't get the freaking religion. I was running project. It was 1 turn away.
I know, like,
So you're the person that
fucking bomb ass start, then fucking trash start here.
Nice kiss, bro, man.
I was 1 turn away from fucking Apostle, or as well.
That hurts.
Ooh, holy
You
sight
gotta be
horses.
flowing on that little crawl down the common.
Plenty of space.
Who, me?
Is that where you're at?
No, I'm gonna be there, though.
Monumentality in effect, using that faith to buy settlers. Has 4 settlers out, so Kamur is going to be expanding incredibly quickly. Another settler out in 4 turns.
I don't think I've ever seen this many profits go before.
That's because religion is just so damn useful right now. I mean, look, the monumentality is an option for the first golden age pick is just too strong.
Right now?
I honestly think monumentality shouldn't even be on the list until medieval. There you go, another settler.
He's starting to just looking at my spread right now, like, oh yeah.
Oh, a lot of people have really good starts. Because I can see the entire map, including what they haven't scouted.
I got settlers right now.
Oh. I see one of those.
You should target one of them.
Can't hit it. Can't hit it.
Why not?
Because it's on a hill.
I mean, Uber's at the bottom of the lake. He's desperate right now. He's got 30 minutes.
I don't bite. Come close. Come here,
Uber.
little
Uber's gonna be desperate.
Come here, little settler. I don't bite.
You can't catch it.
I'm like the old man on
I
the
know
mountain.
my land.
You can't catch me, I'm the gingerbread man.
I can catch you and get to that weak tile before you.
I'm not going to the wheat tile.
Where you going?
Right
Get
here.
that.
No!
Dirty dog, you. I was gonna take it too, man.
What the
So
I'm good at hitting on the woods, though, even that. Better go and make a dom read for that boat.
no, both going that way.
Dom read for the local park right there.
Mm. Beautiful, beautiful land here. Government plaza coming in.
Fine, you built walls for no reason. Hope you remember the peaceful Norway people on turn G.
The peaceful Vikings, said no one ever.
Serenade. Very peaceful. If you were fish, I would have killed you. Or I would have attacked, I should say. I didn't mean that fish.
Oh, okay, okay.
Hear that, fish?
I don't think I heard anything yet.
Strike that from the record. I did not mean that.
No, Aryabhata is locked in. Not really a high priority scientist.
Oh, damn it. What happens in the tie? We're tied.
both get eliminated.
Really?
It'll be a one-turn
It's
play.
a rock, paper, scissors.
Hatusa finally kicks the bucket.
Pass. I wanna pillage all of your land.
Had to bring in a quadri, but does finally
How
take the
about we're
city.
allowed to stay in the game, but we can't build anything else?
Nah, it's not as dramatic. It's got to be that cannon fire of Hunger Games.
How much longer we got until the timer ends?
39 minutes, 10 seconds.
Yeah, everybody's stalling.
Wait, in 39 minutes, someone is kicked.
That's okay, Fish. Just for you, I pulled up the cannon sound from Hunger Games on my phone to play.
Amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
There you are. Hello.
Okay. We're in the game. We're in the game.
Take a settler, family. Blaze is in first right now. We gotta knock him down.
I almost had
Zombies? What are you gonna do against zombies?
I would have taken Chester if he did freaking first move me.
Can't get on blues. I don't understand.
That was such a cheeky first move drop on the city. Like.
Either way, I could have went to the top.
It was a pretty good first move. I was gonna take it.
I
Mm.
spam B. You couldn't touch him.
No, I'm just saying, if I had the opportunity, I would.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I go back hill, 1 hill, 2 hill, 3 hill, city center.
Oof, lots of holy sex coming down.
Please give me some gold.
Converts in 5, 19, 6,
No.
12.
What a fucker.
No, I'm not giving you anything. Heck no. You're gonna
Players
put
are
up
relying
with
on the
anything.
passive conversion right now to convert their cities. Now, that's not good for...
Why do you need 7 gold?
Uh-oh.
Buy a tile.
Why? Why do you need to buy this tile? What's so important
Nice
about it?
district.
Now remember, a missionary was used to spread to Calcutta. That being the case,
I'm everywhere and nowhere.
these are pressuring. Even the holy city's getting pressured.
Oh wow, no faith, no faith. I'm doing all I can.
Hurry up, Boomer. Okay.
Zen meditation and papal primacy. I'm pretty excited to watch some theological warfare here.
Hey, if anybody wants to convert me, feel free. I've recently been fucked over a great prophet.
You're so funny.
Yeah,
Oh.
I didn't realize that they were going that
There was like an auction for him.
pretty much.
Jesus, Blaze, my God.
I researched astrology first, and I barely got one. I got like the 5th prophet.
Yeah, I don't know how I got one. I went and looked at like it was. They didn't even have a holy site. They just like seen it like 8 people were going for it, and I saw there was 5 tickets. So I just put that shit down. Chop.
I had 4 chops. I just went ham on my chops.
I was wondering what the hell you were chopping. I was like, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Paying attention to the military strengths here. Now, bearing in mind that both Norway and England is primarily in the water. Yep.
Yeah, you're welcome.
These coastal cells. This settle right here.
friends, huh?
Beautiful.
Big friends.
Beautiful. That,
What city? I'm just trying to get to the other side of the pond. I'm gonna go visit you. Get away from the city. What do you mean
Uh-oh.
I got a Domry about to come out. You just bring that boat on by, brother.
No, no, I'm not going over there. Oh, yeah.
Blow that bitch to hell.
I could take anchor watch. That's nice. That's lovely. That's lovely.
You know that Domry does 47 damage to that boat.
Did you?
I'll just raise the city.
Can you? There's no way you get here.
Get him over. Don't let him
Well,
bully
I'll tell you what. Since we're
Right,
gonna,
right.
since we're gonna
Come,
play that,
where there's a boat, there's a way.
No, I wasn't going for you. I'm going for
I'll
this.
take this trade.
That's fine. Whatever. Be that way.
Don't let him bully you. Over. Get him.
I'm not even going for him.
There is the war declaration onto Blaze. Blaze onto Norway here is going to take the trader.
Don't touch my trade route. Come kill people. I'll literally go. I'll do everything and go blow that sucker up.
You can't make. We can't make official agreements.
You better think about your.
I'm gonna be here in 20 minutes for you.
That was wow.
Trade route passed through. There's nothing wrong. Just women and children.
You got this. I don't like this word in my land.
No, it's going down south.
Get away from me.
Movement. I'm
Come on out. Get on out.
It got no more movement.
Now you got Valletta. Oh, Valletta's declared against me.
Uh-oh.
Oh, dude, that hurts my heart. Valletta, we were good to you. So good to you.
What isn't suzerained at all. However, Palenque picked up, in fact, by Castronaut. Baloney. Gonna get picked up pretty shortly here by Task Force. By the Scrap Force Fish. Now, Cardiff actually just picked up by J Pizzle here. This entirely through envoys. Must have had some really, really nice and easy quests there in order to get that locked in. However, I mean, look at this. It's just beautiful. However,
Fuck somebody up before you die. You're fuck it up.
That's harsh spelling right
My trade.
Wait, Uber, before you go, tell me which way to go from Dido's land to find your land.
Really? You guys are just plain evil, man. Evil.
I didn't take it yet. This is a threat.
The little plankton.
Let's see a boat. Trader disappears.
Nah,
I don't care.
Warrior goes to the water. Is gonna find this though if he keeps
do
going.
it. Don't do it before you go.
Image declares onto Lisbon here.
kill Lisbon, bro. It's over.
Oh yeah, it's a really good grab.
Blaze, let me borrow 4 gold. No, Pyro, let me borrow 4 gold.
What do you need core gold for?
For love.
Why don't you ask
Love.
me to borrow 4 gold?
Because I had denied you, that's why. I don't want to give you the opportunity to deny me again.
Fish, get away.
Don't worry, fish.
Come on, come on.
My
give
God,
me
it's
that gold,
below.
please.
I mean, I need to use my gold right now.
I'll give it back to you.
Double? Double.
Sure.
You mean,
More cities coming out across the board.
I'll give you, yeah, that's fine.
what do you need gold for?
So he doesn't get eliminated.
How much time do we really have?
30 minutes remain.
We're not allowed to make agreements, so
I'm asking for a deal here.
you're asking for a gift. That's an agreement.
Oh my god.
You asked me to agree to give you a gift.
Quebec, Halifax.
You don't have to give it to me, that's fine.
Take a look at the lens here. Oh, we'll see next turn on the turnover.
If I make it past
With everyone taking a religion, we have to pay attention to the religious lens because we don't know if someone's religion will get overtaken.
you hurt the people of Norway.
I mean, no matter who gets eliminated, we're all gonna laugh, I think.
Go away, fish.
More settlers coming out. You know, Pyro doing an excellent job making the most of the area here, really getting out those settles out to try and establish borders with Canada, as well as Norway here. Only puts down Jordan as a buffer city.
Hey,
Mike, what's up?
no. You go back to where you came
Listen, you
Do you see what I see?
I just don't want you to spread your disease.
I settled the city and looked all fast to keep him over there. There.
Phew.
I refuse to give you any gold, Uber. I refuse. It'll never happen.
Machu Picchu getting worked on here.
Fish, where are you?
In relation to
Oof.
Gatwick?
And that aqueduct in there. That's going to be nice.
north?
Making a little triangle there in the districts.
Oh, okay, cheers. I just didn't know. I saw a scout earlier and I was just like, where are you?
Yep, I'm up north.
That said, you have a settler coming out this end of the turn, probably go right there. Blaze, honestly, doesn't even need to keep expanding. He can, with so much land. But at the same token, Norway is expanding north as well, having worked out with the neighboring Dido, so there's not going to be a pinch for land there. So, and even then, all these coastal settles and cities are being taken by the Norwegian player. It's going to be pretty amazing to watch to see as these players continue to adapt, because with loyalty being a thing, some of these cities might come to risk later on that aren't now. Docks being thrown down. We are going to take a look at the Great People. Haven't looked at it in a while. That being the case, let's scroll on down. Aryabhata picked up by, of course, Task Force. Task did have to work out projects in order to get it. However, that was the only classic era scientist, because everyone was competing so heavily for the profits. By the time scientists rolled around, it moved forward, and as you can see, they've been
What'd you say,
passing.
Mike? I can't hear you.
They're pulling up.
Hey, I'll give you 100 gold if you just turn that scout around and go back to your lane. Well, we can't make the old.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Mike, you trying to cheat? Come on, Mike. Not supposed to.
Collusion.
Colluding.
Alright, hold on. Stream title change, MSM colluding again.
Hey, we don't need this negativity.
So real talk for a sec, where did that even start? Like, how did this become such a meme in the community?
It
Oh.
actually started with no collusion whatsoever. Not even between an image. Yeah, it was just. Yeah.
It had to do with Jessica.
Yeah, it wasn't even two MSN members. It was. Yeah.
It's all fake.
It was what, Jessica, right? Arya?
You,
No, this
I mean,
your missionary
we
is
got like 10
actively
minutes.
spreading.
No, 30 minutes, he said.
We
Come
got
on, we're
like 10
stolen
minutes
time.
left.
No. It's alright. Don't worry, we got this.
How long since the game started?
We said an hour and a half, right?
Yeah, we got like 10 minutes, man.
No way.
Sorry, that's how much time.
It's close.
You think it's gonna say? It's like, oh god.
Ooh, settlers going out.
hey,
Hits on the Lisbon.
Better for it to be a surprise, I think.
Hmm. 25 minutes remain.
There we go. That's what I like to hear.
Woo! Jeez. Oof. Slinger upgrades. Are we gonna see a war breakout? Oh, look at this. So this is the government plaza. You have a nice triangle here. This 9 holy site. Ooh, the 6 here, and we do of course have another holy site here. And he's making a growing set here of districts. And the reason this is important is really using those adjacency bonuses to really get more free infrastructure from those districts.
Yeah, but I mean, I can
That's
raise
why
cities.
it's so important.
However, if it's a city-state, can I liberate it into its city?
I got bad news.
That's not killing it, right?
We're gonna make a massive army. You guys have to deal with it when I'm out. That's how I'll get back at you.
What you do, Uber, is just declare war on everybody.
Want to fuck me?
Alright. No, not you, Blaze. Not you. No, not you, Blaze! Why would you do that?
You say fuck me?
Oh,
Blaze,
pillage
no,
is the trade route.
Cannot kill Babylon. We don't understand.
It's okay. Anchor Watch smells good.
Oof, look at that industrial zones coming online.
Anchor Watch smells good.
Task doing a good job here, 35 science. However, our Georgian player, Castronaut, doing a phenomenal job like that. Look at that high culture. Absolutely beautiful.
You'll love it.
That said, take a look at the city-states here as we turn over onto turn 45.
Again, Dominic killed
Palenque is still under control by Castronaut. Task Force has Baloney. And Blaze has picked up Babylon, but we already knew that from earlier. Granada taken by Michael, and Cardeep still controlled by Jay Pizzle. Oh.
No, that's the person we have to eliminate.
Yo. I thought we didn't pause on the turnover because it broke.
Oh, this is rough billing here.
Timer is paused, waiting for Castronaut to come back. No, I'm not.
You're 20 score behind, Uber.
At 20, isn't that much?
Make a religion.
Got cucked on religion.
No.
Uber, you built the army, but army doesn't give score.
You gotta kill something with that army for it.
I was gonna kill Vaughn. It was perfect. It was yum yum time.
Why didn't you kill him then?
I like Vaughn.
So what? You should have killed him.
Man, I like Vaughn. Vaughn's a good guy.
Lots of
Now you're gonna eliminate.
He went through so much with this CCC running ragged. I didn't want to. Like, he would have been out like
Uber.
20.
I wanted to go to bed. you let me down, man.
You had one job.
Every time I settled coast with fucking Norway. And I was like, finally, it's Norway when I want to go to bed.
But, man, you know what you're gonna do. I just said, you know what, man, this guy is running ragged with the CCC. It's not the game.
You want to go to bed, though?
You could go AFK for 10 minutes, let me catch you.
Now take a look at the religious lens while we're waiting for things to go over. On cities passively converting. No longer at risk to lose all 3 of his cities. Now 4, of course, to the opposing religion, but this pressure is going to continue to add up. Meanwhile,
Oh, wow, we all
rest.
one game every 7 months.
Lol.
Everyone put a plus.
2,
Wait,
1.
Why no one has to leave, right?
Yeah, no.
I don't default that. You gotta ask.
Harsh.
It's not harsh. All you gotta do is say. It's not harsh.
England getting some beautiful settles here off to the side on these little hidden islands and sections, really making the most. And now using these boats and the Admiral to really scout around.
Pass. Pass it. Oh my god.
decent.
Bengala's science. I Bengala. Why I didn't even get your own hut. What is that?
I couldn't.
Huh.
Because look where it's at.
Oh, I can see it.
Yeah, it's being blocked by 2 mountains.
Buy the tile. Buying the tile gets you.
Yeah, but I had to spend my money on a boat. So now I have to, like, build another trade route.
Another settler coming out.
Build a giant army.
No, I didn't say you. I just said everyone.
I'm I'm part of everything. I don't know if you realize that also means me.
No.
Hold on.
Happy Blade.
Nah.
Did you pillage all your land now? Capital?
Don't do that. Come on, Happy Blade.
Make threats.
Happy Blade. No? Happy
Yeah,
Blade this?
monumentality. Hey.
Happy Blade.
Well, thanks for showcasing why we should ban monumentality.
Alright, I'll take my boats up to you. Fine. I'll ruin you up with
I'm
my
more
boat.
scared of England's navy, to be honest.
I mean, I can just harass you.
My.
I don't
Oh
mind.
my god, guarding that one tile pass. This is beautiful. J Fizzle's land's beautiful to
Anyway, you're
defend.
stuck my trade route.
All this down here. Wait.
That's fine. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Other than that, I mean, squaring up, but there are multiple Varu playing sword.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? It's hard to see this.
Where at?
Fucking lake.
One tile.
One tile lake. Oh.
Yeah, you're gonna do it anyway.
You shot me!
Yes, me.
The Sea of Galilee.
You're an aggressive man.
Hey man, we want you to leave our land.
The Apadana picked up by J Pizzle.
What are you doing? Get out of here. Scram. Get out.
Horse moving forward. Another horse coming out. We might see some more.
Blaze.
Been looking for the fish forever. I don't see
Fish is
West, or just east of
I
me.
know it's nest. I don't
Just east of me.
I've seen all the way to the fucking Columbia.
If you scouted well, you'd have found him.
Whoa, you can't ask him that much.
Oh, I see the
Zuber.
I'm not gonna give anything away.
Okay.
If you scout well, you'd find everybody. Oh. All right, timer paused again.
Cats out first.
Us. Leave Norway, something like that.
He's in first.
Is he? No, he's the second.
Is he in second? No, he's in first. No? Oh yeah, you were in first. He's in second. You're right. I was looking for the person who took my trade route, but I didn't see that name. I just saw Blaze.
Don't make new threats.
You know, I heard you were writing that book and it's a bestseller. It's called How to Fuck Friends Over. I'm gonna pick up a copy of it.
Does it include friending people, surrounding their capital with horses, and then declaring war on them?
Yes.
That's part 2.
That's part 2.
You pillaged my damn trade route.
Me.
You're on my territory. Get out.
Tried to steal my settler.
Yes, I wasn't gonna take it.
See?
No.
See? All this shit. I on you. I just want you to go away.
No, I don't mind. It's a timed game. We're all for ourselves. Could you
Why don't
imagine
take
if this
the
was a
goodie
simpler
hut
game?
and the damn boat?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that next. That was my next.
You can't shoot the scout.
No, I know. But I can't take the goodie hut. I have to either buy the tower or take my archer round.
That's what's unique thing about those ships. They can
Can they?
yes.
You can also pillage coastal.
Oh.
Norway or coastal raiders.
Leave on islands.
Wow.
You would have been in like fucking fifth. Just.
I literally have seen 6 goodie huts on the
Oh my.
you gonna learn today.
I don't even feel bad anymore now.
I even walked past the goodie hut with my scouts in the south.
Oof.
No, I'm coming back in.
Alright, just waiting on Cat.
Very disconnected. You have to read, right? And then I get to space? No? No. Sorry, Cat. I love you. I'm trying to space.
He's trying to get that second place.
I don't know if the person in last place should take Cat's spot though.
Yes. I'm the best person.
Oh,
Look at
hi,
my
Mike.
score right now.
You don't like that city.
Actually, I'm not in last place. Farnus is.
Get out of here.
Yeah, but barely.
I know, right?
Barely, but we got no city.
If I had a religion, it didn't go army.
Yeah.
To be fair, I only
Or, how about that five? Yeah, but that's a huge difference.
I mean, Empire.
That's just how many cities you got, right?
Islands. Like, count that.
Oh, you mean like the one you just pillaged?
Oh, jeez.
Fucking improve my I can't even build this district because you're on it.
We'll leave.
Fine.
Oof.
Agreements.
It's not an agreement.
MSM collusion again.
State.
That's the promise. I'll shoot him if he doesn't leave.
I don't want to scout the guy. It's gotta.
It's where
Things. You don't do things.
I need to see.
See more butts.
Cap, status.
Alright, here's the deal, Uber. I give you 300 gold, you pillage Blaze. No deals, no deals. Can't accept it.
I could pillage it,
No
man.
collusion,
I got
no
4 boats in the water biome.
Please feel free to spread your religion to me.
I have to find you. I can try.
Where is fish? I thought.
Remember everybody who's watching. This is why scouting's important.
I have 4 scouts. Darn it.
Where is he?
Like I don't I can't say that, but god damn it. Blaze, why you so bad?
I've seen a lot, no fish.
I don't know where he is anyways on the map. I have no idea.
There we go.
I found everybody but one person.
Is that fish?
I found
Fish is invisible.
Got a cloaking device.
He's got a level 3 scout hanging around.
My 4 military scores seem so high, but yes.
So yeah, Uber.
Welcome everyone to the post CC elimination match. Opponents pick civs. Other players picked each other's civilizations. They did not get to pick their own. And in 17 minutes, once this game resumes, timer will resume. The lowest scored player will be forcibly booted from the game, and after that, every 30 minutes, we will be kicking the lowest score player. So the pressure is really on to see who will be the last man standing. As you can see, everyone has quite a bit of room here, some more than others, of course.
It was 17. I picked you Norway.
True. Thank you.
Is going after Lisbon here. There are coastal cities to be raiding. England just expanding off on all these islands. Plenty of space. Even though Mike had quite a bit of limited space here, having Castronaut as a nearby neighbor, has just decided to go settle out and around on the other
I mean, it
islands.
used to be.
Apparently.
Well, I mean, that's a different Discord. I mean, Uber and I would just like run train on that Discord.
Sounds pretty good over there. Rise and Fall.
I know, right?
Rise
Like,
and Fall, man. The meta was just so different. I didn't have to worry about resources.
That's better.
I mean, I had the Blaze plan.
we ventured out to find better, better games, and then we ventured out to get ass raped in CPL on a day-to-day basis.
I had a birdie tell me teach me how to get 5 swords in general by turn 30, and you kill your neighbors. I was hated.
All right, go. Timer resumed. Religions are slowly spreading around.
It's alright. I'm leaving anyways. Don't worry.
Then why can't I just pillage the mine?
I want you to do that.
That's rough. I can just come back and build it.
Right.
Missionaries spreading that religion around.
Actually, the AI would probably just like
More units.
Big Pizzle, if you are interested, there is a hut around Bologna. If you go on the other side, the north side of Bologna.
Collusion.
There's a tap.
Collusion.
Side, left or right?
North. Top side. You have to go to the left and to the north.
Oh, you really can do it. I thought you were lying. Well, that's been great. I need to go get all these set up.
Wow, you didn't know that with Norway?
Valletta picked up by Blaze. Our Norway player has discovered the coastal raiding benefit from the Viking longships. However, if Norway's navy runs into all these galleys in the quadrime, it's going to be rough. However, with Valletta declaring... Comparatively speaking, wouldn't Blaze be the church?
Yeah, I guess it's true. Yeah.
oh, fucking iron. God damn it.
Dom Ray's on field.
No, you will be at war.
Fine. I'm sorry, my friend. I'm just gonna pillage some stuff. That's fine. I'm almost up to
Ooh. Gonna be rough.
I'm not gonna go to kill. I'm just gonna pillage some stuff. Pyro. You don't mind if I come pillage some stuff, do you?
I wouldn't mind extremely.
You mind if I pillage some stuff?
Pyro, I will cash up $2.50 if you go AFK for the next 20 minutes.
$2.50.
That is, so very.
I don't want to hear no more Sarna's so poor jokes now.
If you want to bribe me out of the game, you're gonna have to do better than that. Sorry.
I mean, you're only 20 points ahead.
And we could have worked together to conquer the world, but I don't know what you've been doing.
Building an
Castronaut
army,
getting
sure.
that
We
expansion.
have 105. I'm at 2.
The army that's gonna be
You started building an army too early.
True.
Like you already had a terreme or whatever.
This is gonna be such a delicious city. So good.
Galley, or whatever.
Like I said, Mike really to making the most of the situation.
That was way too fucking early.
Machu Picchu picked up by Task Force. Does have theater squares coming out. Oof. That said, let's take a look at some demographics here. We do have our Dido player here in Pyrolator at 21 science a turn, 9 culture per turn. Our Mapuche player, oof, this is dangerous. Swords, Varu against archers, horse, and a warrior. It's not enough here. Audience chamber getting pushed down. Von Julio here is a bit behind in terms of his science, but his culture is quite a bit ahead in par compared to his neighbors. Blaze, of course, 44 science a turn and the 12 culture per turn. Culture's still a little low, however, theater squares are being placed down. The science, though, is just absolutely beautiful. Does have a lot of cities with more settlers on the field. Taking a look at Warbringer here down in the bottom right. Spreading his religion with missionaries. Plenty of builders out. Settler in 4. Even assigning Mashka to the city here. The 21 science, 17 culture. Moving over to our Gandhi player of J Pizzle is expanding very, very well. Does have Cardiff, suzerains, and there's plenty of space here. Can just keep expanding. You know, Task is expanding both north and south, even out west now. This could prove an issue for players in the future, but that 34 science, 19 culture, that science is looking healthy. It is going to keep improving. Our player England here in Mike, looking over here, has quite a bit Navy here in order to contest Norway. We'll have to see what happens. Scouting out and around with the Admiral. 11 minutes remain. 35 science turn and the 19 culture. More settlers coming out. There is just so much space on these islands to settle, and even down here with all these hills. Not a lot of food, but can utilize the fish over here and the crabs over here. But other than that, there's plenty of hills to utilize for production for these cities. Later on, once the farms can be built, Ubermensch and Blaze do peace out, and that will be between Norway and, of course, Khmer. They are too far away to really be warring with each other anyway. War weariness is probably starting to stack up over the turns. That said, however, our Norwegian player, 15 science and 10 culture per turn, that does go up to 16, though, as the turnover hits. More cities going down on these islands, but this might look like a silly grab, but take a look at that with the spice, and look at all these fish, the crabs, reefs, and of course the turtle reef. Pressure is building, as you can hear in the background. They, of course, cannot hear me. Our Georgian player of Castronaut continuing to expand, continuing to push out, using the warriors to move northwest. Does levy the units from Palenque in order to keep scouting and pushing out to escort the settlers north, while also expanding toward Mike. This could be the signs of some early war that might break out in terms of a military behind this. Right now, not much of a military to speak of, but the artificial increase in military strength from the levy could prove problematic. Our Nubian player of Task Force, 43 science per turn and 11 culture per turn from the Nubian player Task Force. Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I like your religion.
Do you really? I don't.
We're kind more of a consolation prize for me. Basically, it's better than literally having
8.5 minutes until the first player will be booted from the game, and that will be the player with the lowest score. As you can see as we pull up scores here. Classical era ending in 7 turns as well. Right now, that is Ubermish, but he is only 23 points behind Pyro. There is a chance to close the gap, but how long will it take to do so? And that's really going to depend on a lot of things here. What is Ubermish's plan? What is he going to do to accomplish this? Does have a harbor coming down in 4 turns in the capital. We have no way to tell what's being made in the other cities just yet, other than knowing that a campus has been dropped down. Viking longboats going around looking for some coastal raids now. That said, we do have a declaration of war onto Jerusalem from Ubermensch. More than likely making some land units here to swim across the gap in order to take the city, because as it stands, other than some pillaging, not much can be done here. More districts going down in place. Jove encampment already set up at Calcutta, and another one behind Jabalpur. Interesting choices here. We might. Oh.
Alright, Cat.
We get a sub.
Alrighty, timer's paused.
How much time is left?
You're screwed, Uber. You
Like
might
5
as
minutes.
well lose.
You're not far off the mark there.
I mean,
Way to kick a man while he's down.
oh, this is our game. This is the game. There's lots of smacking going on.
Jeez.
I don't mind if you guys don't mind.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't really care.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Gotta stop in for Cat.
Yes, I don't have to beat Norway anymore.
Alright.
Do I have to beat all my units?
No.
Can you sub in for Cat? Or...
Just have him exit, like leave this game, then he rejoins and switches to Cat's.
It's like he was never here.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
There's been a reprieve. Yes.
Now Mike just has to deal with it. It's gonna be the ultimate Marv camp. Damn, I shouldn't have worded it. More angry at me. How do you make Norway like you? I forget. I forget all the AI words.
Someone's coming up. Is Cat cool with this? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he said that. It's not
Alright.
good.
Sorry, Cat.
It's all good, man. I'm gonna get the building.
Ain't this shit?
Alright.
Comes out on July 7th.
So I mean, it's it's. Are you doing
So-
the Ryzen card? Graphics
Yeah.
card?
Not the new card.
There's a bundle for it. There's a bundle.
So, in 6 minutes 40 seconds, we're gonna have our first cannon shot.
That's gonna be eliminating Norway.
Yeah, more or less happened.
Uber, you should win this game, dude. You're doing pretty damn well. Like, you have room for so many cities. You're kind of like right next to the task force mission. You gotta be on your
Thanks, plan, Uber. Get that military back up.
We can be big friends. We can be big friends.
We've been big friends.
Gonna deny me my fucking cannon shot. Alright. I'm setting the 30-minute timer.
Back in.
I'm in.
Just for you.
You got 30 minutes, Uber. Don't lose it.
Don't mess it up.
Put Pigala back in your cab.
Yeah, if I lose.
Back in your cab. Put Pigala back in your cab. Big time. Put Pigala back in your cab. Put on the canvas skirt. Couple things that was best.
Not anymore.
Make settlers too. Make it settlers.
Oh, Harold announced.
Here it comes.
AI wondering my landing. Hey, more me. Guys in the fucking water. Where are you?
I think you need to get out of here, fish.
What are you talking about, Mike?
There is nothing to see over here.
I'm not buying it, Mike. I think there is
I
something
think you need to leave, or a hurricane might come and wipe the warrior out.
Oh my gosh, that sounds like a threat, Mike.
Only a threat of a hurricane. Like this, have
I'll get out of here, Mike. I'll get out of here.
We do have the AI Norwegian fleet now.
You guys are so mean to call my one.
Right now, you're not my very concern, fish, because of other people. You know what I
A
mean?
lot of R's coming up.
Collusion.
I'm getting out of the way.
Hold on. What I do to you? What I do to you?
He's got to denounce.
Hello, sub. Welcome to Civ.
Norway, where you at?
Norway.
Oh, I come in, I go second to fourth already? What the?
Damn, bub. Fast.
Uber back.
Fast.
Wow.
If you can only learn how to move up
Terrible.
life quickly.
How do you only turn one? How does that happen? Turn one. Give me a break.
I already fluffed it there.
I'm desyncing.
Oh, jeez.
Mike, you coming to kill me? That hurts my heart.
Top of the turn, we do a power later completed the Great Bath. We did see this under construction early on. It is now done. More settlers coming out. More cities being settled. Plenty along here. Got to be careful. This Canadian war might be blocking settles down the road. Lots of improvements going down. We do have a nice little diamond coming out here from the government plaza. That's what we said.
That's all we're trying to do.
Dockyard coming down. Do have a Canadian ship in the water.
I like that. Loving from
Oof, that's gonna be a nice city. Settled on the silver. Woo! Taking another look back at Khmer's land here. We do have the Domri fortified in Angkor Wat. Trying to keep an eye out. Blaze was expecting naval presence of Norway. Doesn't seem to be heading specifically in his direction yet, as these are both crippled. We'll have to see what happens. That said, not much of a military presence across the board. Only exception being Gandhi, of course. Gotta be careful because in 26 minutes we are gonna be cropping off again with the lowest on score.
Uber, you should have declared war on me before you.
Why? Why would
So I can get my boost.
Welcome newcomers to the post CCC elimination match. Opponents picking the civilizations. The other players did pick each other's civs. This is a free-for-all match, and within the next 25 minutes we will be kicking off the lowest score player. That we've already booted the first person off. That was on an hour-and-a-half timer. Norway was kicked off. Do have missionaries running around for several of the players. All of the profits were taken almost immediately. So much so that everyone had built holy sites. Everyone did. And everyone was doing projects, and they just went like that. That said, we are going to take a look at the religious lens to see how things are going on. We're going to start in Canada by looking.
Sorry. It was a D thing. Hey man, don't get something that I'm ahead of you on the score.
So angry.
As you guys hear in the background, they are in the background talking back and forth. And if that is too loud or gets out of hand, by all means speak up in chat. And even then, if you guys have comments, questions, things to say, by all means, speak up and away. I am watching the chat actively. Taking a look here at the religious lens now. Now, the reason this is important for Canada, as we were discussing earlier, is one of the bonuses our Canadian player Warbringer took for his religion was the extra spread range. And look at how much farther, because all of these cities, these three cities, are pressuring the capital, in addition to these two. Whoa, that escalated quickly. Oof, this military force building up. Not seeing much of a return presence here. Monholio could be in trouble if a war deck hits, but these campuses are looking really nice. Varu escorting the settler down south. Now Cardiff is owned by J Pizzle.
Yeah, the Tamar actually sent me a deal. It was quite nice actually.
Oh wow, I'm glad you reconnected.
It was 60 gold a turn.
That put me in dead by 40.
Military levied out of Granada. 4 turns until the next era. And for those of you who are just joining us, we do have golden ages for our Khmer player Blaze, Gandhi from J Pizzle, Tamar who's Ubermesh, Task Force Fish Nubia, and Mike's England. Normal ages for our Canadian player Warbringer, Von Holio's Mapuche, and at the time our Norwegian player, as well as a Dark Age for Dido. However, this is going to be changing now. They need to break 77 to get the 78 in order to... And that is not going to be happening this time. 446, 50. Even. That's crazy. It's looking like Dark Ages across the board unless that information is not up to date. Kind of curious as to where the Norwegian fleet's heading. It looks like they're just healing. Warrior is retreating back to land. And the reason why the AI is relatively important in this is they cannot take the AI cities. They can't go to war with it. But it can war them.
Wow.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, allergies. Now, that being the case, we do have tons of improvements going down here. This will be made into a triangle, probably even a diamond.
Oh, why? No.
That wasn't meant for you.
I will trade you turtle for light.
For an open border?
Why do you want to?
I just want to go see what's
If
over there.
someone's about to get a base reactor, like.
Oh. Here we go. Ah, bless. Hildegard is next.
It wasn't me that got it.
Oof. Gets. Not only did 3 scientist grabs back to back because of that pull up. Oh, goodness. I apologize. We did have the Hapashu grab by Task Force, who also got Omar Khayyam immediately after, and Abu Al Qasim.
There's core.
I mean, just like all these units. Fish and water. Big ass party going on right beside my city here.
I can tell you, it's not collusion.
Not collusion, he says.
See, no collusion.
I should start to rev up that
Woo! Here we go. Keep an eye on the England Navy here, just in case.
Nobody likes me. I send people deals, they reject my deals.
I just didn't want that deal. I told you I'd trade you some.
But I just want to go see what you got.
I don't like it.
No? You want me to just see your wife?
That said, looking around the map here, we do have this Cold War. I'm really surprised J Pizzle hasn't attacked him on Julio. Lots going on. Lots to check out, lots to see. So are any of you guys playing in that Clan Teamers League that's supposed to be coming up?
What happened? What did I miss? Collusion.
God damn, Mike. What the fuck is going on down here?
I don't know what you mean.
There's like 7 admirals down here in a line.
Definitely want to point out the Carabao.
The Great Wall of ships.
For me, parking Dom rays on that coast.
More Dom Rays coming out now. Blaze is getting spooked. You sound a little scared.
Nah. Dom rays, hella damage.
The caravans and frigates.
You know, I do have one question for Mike. So I want you to look at your city, like your third city that you built. Might even be your second, and there's a questionable thing going on there, and I'm kind of curious as to why that happened.
Which one? It's Manchester?
Yes.
It was the block.
No, I meant the unit.
That's free. That's free. That's free. Harvard. That's a free unit from when I built Harvard.
Oh, is it in a one-town lake?
It's like a lake.
Go to the Panama Canal to get it out.
Build, no, put an aircraft carrier into the Tile River like Blaze did. That was probably the finest Panama Canal ever to be seen.
Oh no, it's nice. Only the best.
All right, let's see here. What did everyone get? Oh, here we go. Just as I was guessing earlier, when we weren't sure, because Pyro intentionally took the Dark Age Classical to get the Heroic Age Medieval, and now is going to have an explosive growth on this era because of this. We're going to see a huge point jump, and this is really good because only 15 minutes left until the next player is kicked. Really needs to make the most of this and get a lot done. That being the case, Blaze, Warbringer, Ubermesh, Task Force, and Mike did maintain a golden age. Jay Pizzle and the AI Norway do have a normal age, and now it is Von Holio's turn to hit the Dark Age. Oh, goodness. Very excited to see what Pyro does with this.
Collusion.
Again.
Hey, if it's not collusion to have a diplomatic victory in an Iron Man, then it's not here. I'm not letting it go.
So you said collusion?
Is the 50-page report ready for review? For collusion. Oh, man.
Are we able to do that?
No.
Sounded so serious.
Like, Task Force is like, wait, really? Like, fucking Task Force was all about that. He's like, yeah.
You like?
Oh, here we go.
Collusion time. Let's see.
Alright.
Kill the riders. Kill the riders.
Yeah.
Hey, no collusion.
Kill the riders.
No
No fish. No riders for fish.
There we go. Lots. Now, it's starting to get builders out for Mike. Starting to get improvements.
Diplomatic.
11.5. Woo. I'm curious what's going to go on with this Navy and multiple caravels. Probably frigates coming around the corner soon. Another caravan on here. I think we might see Mike do a big hit on Blaze because Blaze is first place. Mike is second, but not by much. The top five are so close together. Like, the spread from Blaze to Mike is pretty big. It's a 42-point jump. But between Mike and Jay Pizzle, it's so close. So close. Honestly, they're within spitting distance of each other, especially second, third, and fourth. That being the case, Warbringer, Pyro, and Monholio have a ways to go in order to catch up. But really, I mean, they're also really close together. A 20-point jump is not that big of a deal. Really easy to gain. So let's see what the votes turned out to be. All players may condemn units of the chosen religion, and doing so grants 25 diplomatic player. Great writers cannot be earned right now. Oof. That's really going to hurt. Task Force really had that unlock. That said, Hildegard picked up. Next scientist is Galileo Galilei. Whew. 8 points a turn from Georgia, 4.6 from Khmer, 5 from India, 25.3. Now that is being projected, of course.
Oh no.
Pyramids completed by J Pizzle as well. Working on getting the points up.
I don't like that caravel.
What caravel?
Sorry, I don't like that fluffy rabbit.
Oh. 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 Here, now I'm definitely got to keep an eye. It's just out of view. Now I know the galley can see some of this, and the Domri can see a little bit out to here. Won't be able to see this though. Staying just out of view. Is it gonna happen?
It's time to finish the old you.
You have less than 10 minutes remaining.
Holio?
We do have the war deck, J Pizzle onto Von Holio. General accompanying the Varu here, this is Boudica, will apply to the Varu. Warrior gets upgraded to a sword in Lopkin Mapu. Victor is in place. Archer taking a shot onto the scout. More Varu moving up. Swords advancing as well. Horses in the back along with more Varu. Needs more units in place. Vaughn is going to need more units. Was working on the Mahabodhi Temple for points, but now is not the time. That needs to be switched off. Horses coming to reinforce to make some formations here. Builder taken by the Varu as it advances. Other builder retreating back towards Nagmapu from the front. However, with this general, this is really risky. The Varu are putting that -5 combat penalty to all adjacent enemy units. This is going to be a pretty big push. Need to see more military going on. Walls going down for Lopkin-Mapu and Nagmapu.
Victor in there, huh, Blaze?
You've been swinging on taxi all game.
Combat units are already in place.
I said I was gonna taxi all game. What are you talking about?
That is a caravel fleet with accompanying admiral, and there are extra caravels behind it. There is a battering ram in the water for these warriors and swords to support. Galley is retreating, having spotted the caravels. It is going to have a very hard time taking these cities with these Domries out and more Domries coming. There's going to be a question of how fast can these Domries be produced. They do a lot of damage. They are a siege unit class and therefore benefit from the extra damage to boats that was given during the patch that nerfed rage unit damage against boats and buffed siege unit damage. That said, there's less than 7 minutes remaining before the next player's dropped, and this war breaking out could cause a big point shift. We'll have to see what happens. Are going to keep an eye on the front here between the Varu of J Pizzle and the archers, horses, and swords of Von Holio's Mapuche. Lots of hits going back and forth. Sword strikes the Varu. That is going to lower the city strength accordingly. Horse moving in position. They're trying to set up some formations here. Scout is low rolled against by the archer. Gets a move away and the promotion. Horse moving up to the north in order to make sure there's nothing hidden to the side. We could see a potential run by with this horse. We need more units. The Mahabodhi Temple needs to be switched off. We need combat units out here. These chops need to be used for combat units if he's going to hold. We do have a ram coming up supported by the swordsman to guard it to prevent a snipe. Archers moving up behind as well. J Pizzle doing an excellent job maintaining his unit formations, not allowing his units to get too surrounded here, although this lead Varu could be in a pinch of trouble depending, but was able to move another Varu and sword into a supportive formation. That said, Builder is run off along the road established by an earlier trade route. Archer moves up, takes a shot onto the opposing archer on the banana tile of Bonholio, dealing quite a bit of damage here. That unit is more than likely to die next turn. That said, going over into the naval waters here. Caravels are advancing steadily along with the battering ram. We do have a settler along with a warrior moving along. Units are waiting to move. They all have movement actions save for 4 of them. Waiting to see what choices are made. As these units advance, the longer he waits, the more Domrays get produced. That said, back home, nothing going on militarily, at least that's showing. It's all systematic improvements of buildings and structure creation. That said, we do have some city-state flips going on. Take a look at the city-state screen. We do have Ubermensch taking over Palenque. Warbringer grabbing Lisbon now that it's been saved from Norwegian. The Viking longships weren't able to take down Lisbon before the first player cut. Blaze still has control of Valletta uncontested. Task Force Fish controlling Bologna. Ubermensch controlling Cahokia as well. That's going to be quite a bit of extra income. We do have top of the turn, however. Archer getting cut down by Avaru. Does get the hit onto this one, though. Horse manages to fortify and promote between all these rapid combat movements. The archer manages to retreat. Horse takes a spot, gets promoted after the sword hits the tile. Well done. These are some rapid movements going on. These players really having to prioritize which of these units need to be moved first. However, this archer is going to spot the horses wrapping around from the north. This horse and Varu are going to be following through very quickly. There's still no more units coming to reinforce here. Moving back over to the sea to see where the naval situation's going. Ships are steadily advancing tile by tile, it looks like, getting ready to gear in to surge in all at once together. We're going to have to wait and see exactly how this will pan out. The missionary in the water is very likely to be trying to scout this out to see how bad this is going to get. That said, no quadreme upgrades to frigates just yet. Galley is hanging back, sitting on a promotion, is not getting upgraded. Another caravel coming in from the south. And other than that, just infrastructure improvements back home. 2 builders coming out, government plaza being constructed by Mike. Nearby neighbor over here for Uber, just working on that infrastructure, working on getting trade routes established, more cities planted with builders working for tiles. 2 minutes, 34 seconds.
Next turn.
Alright, starting top of the turn here once again at this war.
Really, wolves? Come on.
Lapkamapu gets walls up in time. Ron Holio getting some apostle use done in. That said, rapid more moves. Low rolls the horseman. This horse comes in, cleans up the archer. Whew. Lovaru retreats to heal. 4 now. Archer shoots the fortified archer. Oh. Oh no! Wasn't quick enough. The battering ram gets sniped. More chops coming out. Ooh. That is a very nice chamal. That said, let's check out Our Phoenician player Dido, we have wars going on, so it hasn't been a priority to view the other players. And remember, our Phoenician player here, Pyro, is in a heroic age. Did an amazing Dark Age swing into the classical, into a heroic medieval, and is just spreading, dropping cities, getting districts done incredibly quickly, really catching up and bridging the gap with science and culture here because of it. Warranted, some of the other players who are far ahead are still ahead, but not so much so that they are untouchable. We are going to go take a look over at Task Force Fish now. Have not been seeing him for a bit. Writers have been frozen temporarily due to the World Congress vote, so unfortunately all these theater districts are not going to be able to pay off. We do have a great library under construction, though. We'll have to see if he's able to secure it. More districts going on underway. No more cities coming out of Task Force just yet. Choosing to build a little bit taller. That said, Blaze has been forced to war, at least out of making Domre out of one city. Hopefully making them out of more is going to need them to fight off all these votes, especially if they can all upgrade. Michael's economy is very strong. Is sitting on quite a bit of gold here. Does have a healthy science pool at 92 as opposed to Blaze's 90, so they are very close. And with that, lowest player is out. And the lowest player is Pyrolator.
You like that one?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Wait, I thought this was the time where the AI got killed.
No, we did that already.
That one passed.
How? Where did you get 20 points from?
I finished my religion, I did my unique improvement, finished 2 districts, all in one turn.
That was
I have 9 cities. Are you fucking kidding me?
GG Pyrolator.
Alright, well, good game,
No, Blaze, you need to kick him. It's more dramatic than
Oh!
You kicked me before I could leave? Technically, I feel like I should take Uber's spot, but man, I had 9 cities. I was just about to like start to surge out, and I really did not think I was in risk of losing there. Otherwise, I built another wonder. I would have
all right.
I could have built another wonder. I would have built another wonder if I thought I would be bottom 0.
Next 30-minute timer is started. I'm the one casting Pyro. Twitch.tv/Sarnath.
Oh man, that hurts the belly.
That was so close. Out of nowhere, Mike declares on Blaze. Here we go. The Ram with the Caravel.
Wait on it. Mike
I've been sitting over here for a while now.
I got Ren Walls next turn, and I got Lettuce. We'll see.
Ooh.
That's what I have next turn.
Well, friggin' yeah.
Here we go.
For all the people watching, you can see this nice little bundle of cities around what was me. Rip. If I got 10 more turns, if I had like 2 more turns, that would have been fine.
The timer's going by fast. That's why I'm dropping anyway. I was in second. I'm in fourth now.
There was a questionable decision to let last place go to second place that subsequently went to fourth. I'm not gonna to say anything that hasn't already been said.
Hey, you know what that's called? It's called black privilege.
Wow! Oh.
Uber, make some more cities, man. You should have no problem staying in this game for a long time.
I am. They're just, it's just taking off with culture and Blaze and science.
Don't worry about all that stuff, man. Just get a bunch of cities. I got the ancestral hall, so you get 50% production.
I mean, I've made like 4 cities since you left.
Okay.
Honestly,
Working my magic.
This whole someone gets eliminated thing definitely completely changes things.
Oh yeah.
It makes it more fun.
Who the fuck is Russia?
No one's
What
Russia.
should happen is, we should definitely add that to like the always war.
Here we go. Top of the turn.
The game mods. This is actually kind of cool.
Caravel's getting the hits in. Oh.
This mod, like.
Domray and the wall. Oh.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh.
Way to play, but
So close to taking the Caravel fleet.
CPL, there's gonna be a lot of people like complaining about, oh well, you shouldn't be allowed to go to full turn timer, yada yada. I think that's the issue with it is like, honestly, hour and a half is probably too long for the first turn, and then half an hour is probably too short for the subsequent ones. But
well, that's the point. That's the whole point. The eliminations need to happen fast. You need to.
Yeah.
Woo. More supportive units moving in.
I mean,
Domray coming in. No, here come the
mod
frigates.
isn't like designed for this, so.
You're gonna pressure, spread that religion, Uber.
Got it.
That said, looking
like pressure is
around.
one thing, but the mod's not designed for this. It's like
Task
only
Force
having 6
really taking off.
Banalists for like a game type like this.
Net 154
You
size
almost
turn,
said it.
106 culture.
Fun of this mode, man. If you miss your religion, you're kind of fucked.
Galileo picked up by our Nubian player Task Force here. The next one is going to be Deshadow.
Like,
No, I get it.
like if you want to seriously have this as a separate game mode, then you have to almost have a separate mod. Like, not enough. Like, you have to actually not have a intelligence in this type of game.
Lakin Mapu is under siege now between the Varu and the horses that are accompanied by the general. Second general coming up behind.
Doesn't have a religion, but he's still doing fine.
Sun Tzu being used to help get more of these units into the fray
If I would
faster.
have had a found a religion, I would. Uber and I both would have not have been eliminated. Like.
True. But I mean, and I'm only saying this because I'm still playing, but I still had fun, even if I would have been eliminated first. I mean,
No, I had fun. I'm just like thinking in my head how could you even try to balance a game type like this? And I don't think it's possible.
No,
There's way too much. There's way too much going.
It's not meant to be balanced. It's supposed to be fun, you know?
Oh
No,
my god.
I was mad for like a quarter of a second when I realized I literally like the very last turn.
You like that, Warbringer? You like that?
I was gonna chop it this turn, man.
Mahabodhi Temple finished up.
No
Ooh.
I got you.
This makes less.
It's not all in my opinion. It's kind of normal. You need to amass cores.
There it is.
You don't have time for war.
Yeah. Like, you're not gonna go to war.
Oh, yeah.
Lucky.
You say that, but we got war.
A little differently, had I recognized, the religious thing. I thought I had time to get it.
Do have more districts going down. Builders being purchased.
The only thing I would have changed is I would have went to war against the line.
Yapura is going to go down from all of this pressure sooner or later. These Domries are out, but
The Mike and Blaze war going.
there is quite a bit of pressure being put down here. These Domrays are getting a ton of damage in against these Caravels. And he is not wrong in that statement.
City too.
My one, dude, that's such a fun city. Like, oh, man. I got the whole land.
It's alright. This is about getting school.
I'm very curious to see what the first moves between them go out now. Blaze does have a Caravel of his own now, and that's going to make Priya here incredibly difficult to take until a lot more frigates come into play. And even then, the Domrays are going to do a great deal of damage to those frigates as well in return.
Free settler sitting in front of me, but I can't take.
Muskets on the way.
Thanks for that. Who picked my civ again?
Look at that one. Some asshole.
Anybody else at war?
Oh, there's some people at war.
That said, we do have quite a bit going on for our Canadian player. Tons of builders going out, flipping on the religious lens to see how the pressure's going. Tons of conversions are going to go through. And with the extra range of pressure on the Canadian religion, it's just going to be pressuring out that much further, and it's going to keep compounding. Now, we do have a Knight out here from Task Force. Task Force does have a lot going on here with builders. The AI on Deity might as well be on Novice.
Because I had like 2 swordsmen, 3 spearmen, and 3 archers. So
Now that said, we are moving things right along here, going right back to this war. Now Lingapura is taken. A galley gets put in. Caravel hits the frigate. Frigate takes a shot at the Domray though. Oh, Caravel and a galley swinging around. Doesn't manage to kill Blaze's Caravel, so we will get an extra hit with this. The second frigate, there is another quadrime up here, but no gold to upgrade yet. It is going to take some time. Oh, it does step on the religious unit, however, causing a little bit less pressure, but these conversions passively are only a matter of time. Warriors upgrading to swords, however, there are only so many turns remaining. We do have James of St. George coming out at Anchor Thom here. Take a look at the next engineer, and that will be Isidore Miletus. Timur will be the next general, and we have 21 minutes until the next person's dropped. Victor being moved to Lingapura here. Rebellion at 4 turns. Hopefully we'll be able to repair the monument and get Victor in place, and it will hopefully be enough to hold it, but may not be. Moving on back east, taking a look here at Uber's Inheritance. Lots of builders going on. Lots of improvements. Lots of room to expand here. Tons of room to fill out. And this horse and settler are probably going up to this oasis, it's looking like. But even then, there's so much flat desert out here. Wonder what the plan is going to be there. Maybe a Jebel Berka. Moving on over to Mike's main land and cities here. We are taking a look around. We have another builder moving out to do some chops. Possibly even some lumber mills, we'll have to see. Trade routes going out and around. There are lighthouses in play here. The Royal Navy dockyards giving some beautiful output, along with the slotted policy card for the double adjacency bonus.
I'll accept whatever.
Yellow and black is Ubermensch. Keep it, Cleve. It was Cat, but Cat kept disconnecting to a point where. Oh, hey, Pyro, then you already know. Yeah, this is Georgia. He just picked a color scheme that looks like Russia's. And 10 turns, you're going to have the Chieftain Itza out. That said, I do want to take another look here at the war between Von Holio here, who has managed to get crossbows online, sending troops out, getting some chops down to get more out. These crossbows are going to be a huge help.
Uber, I have one thing to say.
Catapults coming forward to take shots. With the general, we'll be able to move and shoot.
Log off just that gambling anime on Netflix. If you somehow manage to lose this, I'm going to be very disappointed. That's all I'm going to say.
I will do my best not to. I don't know if Cat's still in here.
More troops moving in. trying to get this around. Does maintaining the siege, but
A lot of wars going on, I guess. I only know of one war, but I guess there's other wars.
taking a look here at the religious lens real quick. Lon managed to hold on as far as pressure goes. We're gonna have to pay attention to see.
And it like only showed up every 5 minutes, or like every 7 minutes, and it's like popped up on the screen. Or Sarna kept giving this like 5-minute countdown, like every 5 minutes.
I mean, I can. It's one of those things where Civ is a game where there's a lot to talk about and a lot to mention, and I mean, I could make a timer display for the screen, but I was in the middle of cooking dinner, so I didn't have time to make it before the game. I literally took my pasta off the stove, drained it, flipped it into the bowl, got everything together, stirred it in a big old bowl with the sauce, walking to the desk to click ready so we could start the game. So I didn't have time.
How was your dinner? I mean, all that.
Oh, it tasted great. I was eating it while I was casting.
This was a pretty sexy volcano. You see that?
Mmm.
I mean, that is very, very, very tasty.
Yeah, that it is. All right, we did mute them back out, and we are paying now attention back to the war here. Xayj of St. George coming now to repair and restore walls. Next turn, Victor. 5-turn rebellion. That means the monument was repaired. Frigates are getting in to take shots. Domray's taking shots at the city. Levied units have returned. These units are returning here. Probably going to stomp on the missionary. Builders at Bradford and Birmingham getting a lot of infrastructure work done as moving these tiles up.
I've actually been working on that.
Galley's still sitting in Lamura here, probably fortifying with a policy card in order to boost the loyalty there. Foxtrot gets hit by the volcano.
Well, obviously, Russia.
Knight and the horse keeping an eye on the massive military score, looking for any incoming threats. That said, we do have Gandhi sitting at a 405 military score, taking more shots at Lavka and Mapu. These Varu are so low.
No, I mean not you, Mike, but Cat. I don't understand that. Or did I do that? What's up? You left.
Do have a settler here coming out from Mount Holyoke. Is going to get that 5th city down behind this. More crossbows coming online. Is going to need them to step up and take these shots. We need this archer to get upgraded here, but Monholio's money situation is not great.
Like 4 pins that you pinned. It had to have been you. And so when I came in, they were there. And 2 of them, I'm going to have to talk to you about it after the game. They're pretty interesting.
Another battering ram coming up.
2 AI are at war now.
Really?
Yeah, I'm waiting for them to basically kill off each other's units so I can go in and pillage freely.
Wow. Hello, Gandhi. We are a peaceful nation.
No peace.
Very peaceful.
Alright, we're waiting for the turnover here into turn 69. And with this, Victor will be established in the city. Hopefully it'll be enough to hold it. If not, oh, it's still rebelling. We do have some city-state flips. Frigates taking shots on the city. Getting quite a bit of damage done here, but James of St. George is ready. Frigate gets upgraded in the background here. Is going to be moving forward there. Rebellion in 5 turns still. Victor was not enough. Is going to need to take more cities in order for them to remain loyal. Is going to need that pressure there. That said, it is a foreign continent on the continent lens. As you can see, this is Colombia as opposed to the home. Oh no, it's not. This is all Colombia. Goodness. So can't even use the foreign continent card in order to increase the loyalty there. The dockyard increases loyalty, but even then, builder getting purchased over there in Batumi. The Wally, tons of land here, lots of builders scooting around, getting good work done here. This Varu, interestingly enough, has eked out of this one tile pass to go poking around. Musket is in play. Another battering ram coming up behind. This catapult getting shots on the city center. Lopkamapu does fall this turn. Pillaging having to happen beforehand in order to keep the Baru alive. They were so low. Even this horse, almost dead. Missionary in place as well, looking to kill off the religion as well during this push. Von Holio going to need more units out here. Is still working on the settler. Hopefully these two cities are building crossbows. Is going to need them. Either way, our Gandhi player is sitting on 258 gold. Has plenty to work around. We do have Marco Polo getting picked up by Task Force here. The next merchant will be Irene of Athens getting the governor title. De Châtelet is still up for grabs as two players, both our Georgia player Ubermensch and Nubia's Task Force Fish, have both passed it up. Our Gandhi player Jay Pizzle will be next for it, followed by Blaze's Khmer. Big hits on the city center from all these frigates. Oh, other frigate coming up to take the shots at the Domray after it takes shots on the city center. The second Domray doing 11 damage to the frigate. Another Quadrime getting upgraded here toward the front line. Only has 4 more turns until the city flips into rebellion, though. Do have a war declaration of Warbringer onto Dido. And that will be for pillage runs. Remember that you cannot take the AI cities in this match. They have agreed on that beforehand. Taking a look at the scores just to see what's... Really? That's weird. It's displaying audio through my OBS. Sure you don't have it muted? Huh. That's odd. There's no... Alright, let me know. By all means. Let me know when you have it reloaded. And I'll mute myself on Discord so you can see if you can hear me. Oh, okay. It was just something on your end? Alright, cool. Thanks. Do appreciate it, though, just in case. Alright, with that out of the way, what we were going to be looking at here was the scoreboard to see who is at risk. Von Holio is at the bottom right now. However, Von Holio is currently at war with J. Pizzle's Gandhi, which means if Von Holio dies in the next 10 minutes, Warbringer is actually going to be the next on the chopping block. And that could be absolutely huge. That being the case, Task Force has taken over as the top slot here, as Blaze is forced to focus military, as also losing a city, causing that point difference. Michael starting to close the gap, so to speak, between himself and Ubermensch's Georgia. We are going to look here at the top of turn 21 here to see what choices these players make. Private here will go down for sure. There's so many frigates, there's no way to stop it. Will he be able to snipe the Caribou, however? Is not able to, unfortunately. Extra frigates moving along in order to snipe the Domray. Another Domray moving up to siege the city down. That being said, Engineer is kicked back to Ankatham. Frigates moving west in order to exchange blows with the Domrays here. Down below, Yasodhapura. This frigate is getting a little low, though. May have to withdraw rapidly next turn. We will have to see exactly how this is going to work here, because this loyalty won't update until next turn from benefiting each other in the city centers. Great library picked up by Ubermensch. Surprisingly, I know Task Force had started building it a great while ago. Heading on down here to Ubermensch's territory. Now that war moves are done in the west, we will get to the east momentarily. More builders coming out. No more settlers coming online yet. I am rather surprised to see that. I would expect the city with Magnus established to just do nothing but pump settlers out of a high food city. High food, high production city, just keep churning them out. Either way, regardless of that being the case here, we do have 8 minutes left until the next player is dropped. And with more of these cities getting shaved off, Blaze's score is getting shaved down as well. As you can see here, that gap just growing a little bit between himself and Task. And Ubermensch closing the gap now as well from his own improvements and what Blaze is losing. That said, Mike is, of course, growing to... These top 4 players are so close together, especially 2nd through 4th. And honestly, Jay Pizzle is, as 5th place, is not far behind either. He is not to be overlooked, especially if he gains the points from Von Holio before the timer hits. And speaking of which, we are going back over there. And he is healing up these units, letting them fortify and sit up. But that means these crossbowmen are taking their time getting shots off. And that will eventually lead to promotions. Coming in the top of turn 72 now. These turnovers are taking a little bit longer notice, and I believe that's because of the sub-in we had for Cats, Georgia. That said, Settler is heading down to the southeast to get the coastal settle. More units are moving up. The musket is coming forward with the battering ram. Which city will be taken next? Is it going to be Huanmapu or Nagmapu? The stupa is getting produced in the capital here. Looks like Ron is just trying to compete for score. Players know the time is coming soon. Is going to try and close the gap. Vaughn did have a big 20-point spike in one turn, which surprised the absolute hell out of Pyro and honestly, all of us. It was a huge jump in points all in one turn. And he did an incredible job of closing the gap. So will he be able to do it again in time, or will he end up falling first? That is the question here.
Only 4 Varus survived that attack.
What's the timer?
5 minutes, 44 seconds.
Oh, no. Dang it. I don't know. Oh,
Yeah, Vaughn is looking bad.
Oh yeah, I lost city.
Are you who are at war with?
Andy.
Now that being the case here, these cities are going to end up flipping anyway.
No, just one city.
So, I mean, Mike is going to have to make a decision here. These cities are going to flip again. Was he going to try and hold them or just let them sit in open rebellion and go after another city and just try to shave them off?
If Vaughn and... Oh, wait. Yeah.
That would be weird, right? Like, or does that just... Oh, wow. Wow, that's crazy. So eliminations don't affect the time. Wow. Okay. Hey, Xayj, do you mind if I settle below?
You do what makes you happy. I'm gonna do what makes me happy.
I see. There's room for both.
Well, that was telling.
There's room all over the place for everybody.
I don't like the way you said that.
We do have end of the era in 4 turns here. 4 minutes left on the timer. That being the case, frigates are moving west with the Carabel. Will the admirals follow suit? It looks like he is willing to sack the city, so to speak, in order to go for Angkor Wat. Blaze has recognized this, getting a Caravel prepared, fortified in the city. Domre is nearby. Not too sure what the point of the spearmen is, per se, but has more Domres moving west from Yasodapura as well as 2 from Angry Tom. That said, we are going to take a look at the city-states. We haven't looked at them in a while. Hong Kong has been picked up by Blaze. Palenque still under Ubermensch's control, uncontested. However, Lisbon has become contested here, as both Warbringer and the AI Dido, the Phoenicia, has also placed a great deal of envoys there. Valletta still controlled by Blaze, sitting at 6 envoys. Task still control of Bologna at 7. Brussels has been picked up by Task as well. Ubermensch still has control of Cahokia, securing those trade routes and gold for himself. No, Babylon is now contested, is not just controlled by Blaze here. The person contesting is Task Force Fish, refusing to let just Blaze enjoy those benefits. Only tying, though, not a heavy investment. Monholio taking Nazca. Jay Pizzle in control of Bandar Brunei, sitting at 4 envoys. Mike with 6 in Granada, and the AI Norway taking Cardiff. That said, you know, with these traders going back and forth, Mike knows there's no military here for the Georgia player. I mean, the timer is fast approaching. We are down to 2 minutes remaining. But with no military presence here, really, for either player, it's incredibly surprising that they haven't tried to raid one another. That said, Mike has a very strong navy, and we are going to start the top of the turnout of turn 75 here, watching the war between our Gandhi player and the Mapuche. Unfortunately, our Gandhi player will not be able to finish off Mapuche in time. I do believe recognizing that fact is just making a defensive line instead. However, to the west, there is a growing force. It is quiet for now, but at 210 science and 124 culture, Task has been left alone to sim away. And honestly here, I'm going to pull up the technology tree just to see what the marker is. Task pulling way ahead here. We do know several players here have entered the Renaissance era at gunpowder metal casting, but honestly, Task is at or is past ballistics and military science here. Might even be looking at economics or sanitation, depending on where it's going. 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Can I get a pause for an irrelevancy vote?
Hell no.
I mean, I asked for a vote. You have to grant
it. It's 1 plus. Of all people.
Actually, haven't met the person above me, so.
Alrighty. That is the timer.
Is that the timer?
That is. The timer is up. Lowest player is out.
Alright.
I'm reporting this lobby for not granting me my vote.
Hello, hi, I'm the premier caster Sarnath. I'm not CPL affiliated.
We have evidence. We have stream evidence. So
we have stream evidence. Hold on, I'm setting everything to private.
No. I have to stop my war now, don't I?
Yep.
You do. Sorry, you got one. That's good.
An excellent defense by Von there. I was surprised you were able to hold out that long, given the situation.
Yeah, I mean, I saw his military score spike, so I knew it was coming. I just did the gold generation to properly defend.
I can't actually make peace, it's not allowed me.
You gotta wait so many turns from the war declaration. I think it's 10 turns.
Alright, gang. GG.
Take care, Von.
Thanks for everyone that participated and watched the CCC. It was really fun to put together.
Did a great job.
Yeah, amazing work on that. On organizing it all, bud.
Take care, gang. I'll see you down the road.
Alright, man.
Laters.
I like Vaughn. That's all I got.
Yeah. Alright, GG to Vaughn as Vaughn gets kicked off of the block. Mike retakes Ligapura after it flips. Task Force finishes the Potato Palace. Very fitting to match the Potato Archers. Kawa goes down, getting really close here to the Gandhi player, who is now waiting to peace out with a now AI Von Holio. Can't take those cities anymore. And with that in mind, the Gandhi player will be able to just flip the switch and go into full sim mode to recover, but are these all going to become cavalry at the drop of a dime? There are more horses behind this. Not a lot per se, but there are quite a few going on. I am going to go ahead and open up the Global Resources tab here in order to see what's going on with the strategics. Tons of horses here. Yep, and there it is. Task has been making horses there. He's just slowly chipping away at it. That being said here, Task also is gathering coal. Everyone's got a healthy supply of niter going on though. It will be very interesting to see because Task is running ahead with science and culture, and we haven't. And while Blaze is trying to stay close, Ubermensch has been able to pass in science because of being at peace and being able to sim city, while Michael is really running ahead and grabbing up these cities away from Blaze, which is causing quite a bit of turmoil. Blaze here has dropped to 5th now because of this city issue. No longer being able to sim city. There we go. Medieval era ending next turn here. Tons of Dom right here at Angkor Wat. Granary going down in the capital. Blaze not too concerned about losing Angkor Wat, it seems. A little bit of a stare down going down between the Domray and the frigates. That being said, we do have the emergency city-state of Michael on Hattusa, which is really surprising to see because that happened ages ago. We do have 3 wonders coming online though. Great Warehouse by Warbringer, Colossus by Warbringer, and Ubermensch getting that Chichtenitsa online. And that is going to greatly help the culture here, as you can see a number of rainforest tiles in the capital that it can benefit from. That 2242 Ivory. Whew, that's nice. Oh, Kev Sir's coming online, as it looks like a little bit of war coming out from Mike onto Ubermensch here. No war declaration yet. J Pizzle did manage to go ahead and lock in the peace with the AI now. No longer having to worry about that. That being the case, however, we're going to have to wait and see what happens now. These are just horses, a musket, and a knight, but if there's nothing here, the city strength here in these garrisons is really, really low. We do have walls being established here, Shkumi and Kutaisi. I can't pronounce that, I apologize. But either case, I mean, Mike has a solid economy right now and a very powerful military, but most of that military is in the water and exchanging blows with Blaze. Blaze using the Spearman to scout as an expendable unit here. The rest of these Domray just fortifying up so we can focus elsewhere, giving them that +6 base defense to the fortified status, not to mention terrain modifiers if they're on a hill or in the woods, in order to take less damage should the first moves be made by the frigates. Alright, World Congress going in. Let's see what these proposals are. A couple players here apparently submitted proposals. Players submitting proposals here. Didn't bother to read it because all we really care about is what the notification is going to be from the vote decision. In either.
I get more Gandhi. Where I see the all the emotions.
Oh wow! What was the decision?
Okay.
Even like war with the world, oh god.
Get out of here.
Yeah, like 4 people have started war on me. And I've just moved all my units away from bloody the food chain.
Send the Uber very quickly.
All right. Well, there is an emergency at play now. Renaissance era has been hit here. We got to take a look and see where did everyone place. And with that in mind, oh goodness, the AI managed to swing into a heroic age for a Renaissance era. That could be a real thorn in Jay Pizzle's side with that emergency popped. That said, our Canadian player Warbringer is in a golden age, so is Task Force as Nubia. Not a big surprise considering. We do have a normal age, however, for Jay Pizzle's Gandhi and Ubermish's Georgia. Our remaining players, BladeSe7en Khmer, the AI Dido, AI Norway, and Mike's England have hit a dark age, however. That is going to mean less loyalty. We are going to see this city flip next turn, but will the victor establishment get priority or the loyalty tick hit first? Because I do not know where in the coding exactly that falls into place as a priority. Babylon gets suzerained and levied. Oh, wow. What a sneak there. Michael dropping in 3 envoys out of nowhere and just takes it over, levies it before it can be flipped back. And now Blaze is going to have quite an issue here because he has to deal with these units now and is doing just that. Taking hits on that swordsman there with 3 of the Domri, but every Domri he moves away from Angkor Wat is a Domri that cannot shoot one of these boats. That being the case, there is a musket on landfall here by Lingapura. Is moving forward here, getting shot by this Domri once so far, but the frigate's scaring it away as well. Walls in place at Angkor Thom here, and that is with the Valletta suzerain bonus. For those that are unfamiliar here, this suzerain bonus allows you to purchase walls with faith and other, of course, it can be any type of walls, ancient, medieval, and Renaissance, but you can't buy them with gold. You have to buy them with faith. With that in mind, thought I heard someone say planes. Oh, what's this? Alright, they're going to do their voting. Actually, we're going to pull that back up. Oh, look at the diplomatic favor there. 90 on Khmer, 78 in Task Force Fish, though. 62 on Jay Pizzle's Gandhi, and 63 on Canada from Warbringer. We could see some heavy diplomatic favor drops in order to force.
Fish only has 1, 2, 3, 4 cities.
What?
Fish has 4 cities. There's only 4 cities right there. Fish is not gonna win.
Units fortified on the border here.
What are you talking about, Mike?
Fish is gonna lose.
What are you talking about?
Everything now.
Would you
Pulling
like to
up, pulling up the
wherever
civic
you
here.
think I am?
Is that the Enlightenment task is moving on to nationalism.
Do you though?
The majority of our players here are quite a bit behind. They are at exploration as far as tiers go. With and taking a look at the tech tree here, tasks Nubia is at the area of steel and flight. Which way is it gonna go? Aerodomes are down. Planes are going down. Oh no. If people aren't rushing steel, they're gonna have a hard time without the anti-aircraft guns.
What, 10 minutes for another elimination?
More muskets coming out for Jay Pizzle.
Timer at
19 minutes, 32 seconds. Oh yeah, no pressure. Taking a look here at the scores. Our next lowest player right now is Warbringer, but this war that Blaze is in, he's got to start taking these cities back or he might be at risk. Oof. This Phoenician AI is doing an excellent job of not only... God, that is a lot of catapults. Alright, government type gains a wild policy card. Monarchy was chosen, interestingly enough. Oh, Mike has the -5 loyalty per turn. Oof. And Task got the diplomatic victory points. Excuse me. Had a hiccup there at the same time. With that -5, I mean, we're going to see a 2-turn rebellion here, 2-turn rebellion as well. That Mike's not going to be able to hold any of these cities now. James of St. George kicking around these walls. Fortification of 300. These are Renaissance walls in Angkor Wat. These are not going to go down easy for these frigates. I do believe Mike is hard stopped here. When these cities flip, he may be forced to retake and raise them. I'm not too sure if he'll be able to ever keep them now. That being the case, we do have some military units, some Orc Vebsters coming out with a military force fortified on his border, a knight even below here. Lisbon declares on Dido there. Lisbon picked up by Warbringer, dropping the envoys in.
Where's your tanks at, Fish?
Who needs tanks? Who needs tanks? Like, who needs?
Oh man, a little bit of banter going on back and forth here. This is why it's dangerous to leave players alone and not pressure them. But to be completely honest, pressuring Task would have been incredibly difficult this game by any of the players. And there was so much space, so much land for every player here. Like, honestly, even Vaughn, if Vaughn was more aggressive with settling, I mean, I say that sparingly because the first two cities were these two for Jay, but these cities here, these 5, had Vaughn just kept settling north and around and onto these rivers through these mountains. I mean, this could have kept expanding had one city just keep pumping out settlers and scoot across the water. Of course, there's a big risk involved. Warbringer cannon player pieces out the AI. Not a big surprise there. But, as I was saying, had Vaughn just scooted settlers out and just settled, I mean, maybe it could have been different, maybe not, who knows, but I can see the whole map. Players can't, and that's a big thing to keep in mind when spectating these games, watching them, observing them, be like, hey, how come the player didn't do this or that? It's important to remember that they have fog of war. They can't see all the things we can see. Right now, as far as our Georgia player knows Ubermesh, these 5 units here are the only ones here. Can't see these 2 horses. Your borders only give you that next tile of vision. That said, we do have cities flipping into oppression. Rebellion next turn here. I am interested to see if the raise is going to happen. Units vacating the city in order for it to flip and not lose anything. Frigates taking out the spear. These ships are getting promotions off of these exchanges. These are going to be incredibly dangerous later on when battleship technology is unlocked. That said, England's science has fallen off, and that was because of the era change. Oh boy, we had a tile purchase up to match the sheep there, the 2-1, and a knight upgrade into the Xayj. Might have a little bit of trouble here. Horses moving forward to reinforce, getting ready to do that push. This knight won't be able to upgrade though.
Your guy's Uber.
14 minutes left on the clock.
That's fine.
I can't just be your neighbor. I just
Go away. Just go away. It's okay.
University 2 turns.
Just go away. Go away.
Petra under construction. I don't agree. Well, it's for points, but there's no desert tiles for it to affect. Walls are getting put down on all cities right now. Animations are hitting. War declaration, like on the Ubermesh. Oof. Units are surging forward, the horse going with the crossbow. I'm surprised to see many horses instead of more knights and cuirassiers, but the Kevsters are going to do a ton of damage.
What do they do?
I'm surprised to see these units back here instead of moving forward.
Fall under Ubermensch. You gotta make some units and really something.
Gotta pay attention to this war here. Whoa. Volcano erupting.
What do you mean you don't have walls?
Beautiful.
You built them in like one turn.
There we go. Rebellion in 2 turns. Don't even have time for Victor to get in there. That World Congress hit.
You can't even attack.
Oh, I can. It's a free city.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're the next one to go, I think. It's been like 2 minutes.
Then keep city.
Keep City. Yeah.
Tons of Domrays lined up here in a good formation. It's going to be incredibly hard for this city to be taken. Blaze doing an excellent job holding on. Getting crossbowmen now in order to try and help deal with the musket, I believe. That being said, Lingpur gets retaken once again. Whether or not it'll be kept, I'm not entirely certain. It is down to a population of 1, however. Choosing to keep the city here by a Canadian player, I'm rather surprised.
Actually, that kind of helped.
Oof, these ice hockey rinks, 2 6s. And they are, of course, surrounding this entertainment complex. Again, of course. You know, this land development here, like, this is important to note, is all these tile improvements. This is what people got to be doing. I am kind of surprised to see Blaze not continuing to expand to fill out this land, because he could infinite city sprawl out of at least 1 or 2 of these cities, just do nothing but make settlers, and he could just keep them off the coast and there'd be almost nothing they could do. I'd be surprised to not see Babylon simply get sieged down and taken at this point. Of course, he does have to worry about Hong Kong if that's the case. We also have to keep an eye on this war now as well, between Georgia, who is defending, that is Ubermesh, and he is defending against Michael's relatively small force of land units. However, even if he can only hold this for a couple of turns, it'll be long enough to upgrade the knight or the horses if he has a technology unlock. Also wanting to note that Task has quite a lead with science here, as we know, is moving right along to radio in order to get that aluminum, is going to be progressing toward bombers soon. So I'm going to be pulling up the global report here to see what the aluminum, yep, does have the aluminum, 12. Units moving forward, getting information. Knight moves out of the way from upgrades. Oh, I take that back. I apologize. Courageous moves down. Knight moves into Shimvali. Mike looking to take points and really secure the lead here as far as points go. But it's only a matter of time. Oh, yep. There we go. Domray's hitting Babylon here. Does have a warrior nearby to last hit the city, but one of these levied units here are probably going to start getting in the way. But there are just so many Domrays. It's not going to be enough. These Domrays are going to pummel this city into the dirt. Mike's fleet is retreating, realizes just does not have anywhere near enough in order to break this. That said, fleet is moving east. There is a city here to be taken to Sagiri, as well as Palenque, and any other coastal city here is going to be taken out here. 8.5 minutes left on the timer until the next player is dropped. How is this going to be looking? Ooh, wow, look at that beautiful, beautiful farm, that 5-food farm. More cities going down in the background here, settlers scooting out and around. Task does have a scout back here, has 2 of them. They are retreating, however, seeing the fortified horse. Horsemen are being upgraded into coursers now. This is going to make this push faster, and here come the siege towers. Crossbowmen coming out as well to support these Kevsers. Ooh, it's going to be close. There's not a lot of time left on the clock. Will Warbringer be able to close the gap, or will Blaze be able to retake his cities and hold them in order to keep his points? As it stands, through loyalty pressure alone, they can't keep these cities indefinitely.
I just realized hockey rinks only get their +4 if there's a stadium in the entertainment.
You can hear in the background a little bit of banter going back and forth. Other than that, here we do have aerodomes. Oof. Hangar bays being installed in the aerodomes as well for that extra supply. We do have, of course, these units just standing by. This war has broken out from the emergency as Jay Pizzle's taken hits on Task Force's units. But as soon as these planes come into play, this is going to turn on its head. But Jay Pizzle has quite a bit going on here. If he can take some cities. 6 minutes, 22 seconds.
Oh, okay. Still minor chance.
Woo. Will he be able to shave off a couple of cities? If he can get to the city. Now, it's important to know that the aerodome is owned by Foxtrot, and the reason why is that he has to take this city out in order to deny the aerodome. But that said, there's a lot of units here to clog things up and get in the way. Hey, Marlene. It's okay. Come here. Sorry, dog's having some puppy nightmares. Easy, girl. Alrighty, lots of blows trading back and forth here, and honestly, Task doing an excellent job here holding everything off at bay. These Varu are getting picked apart systematically by all these units, even though it's taking a while, and Jay really needs to get these Varu in there to get that -5 combat strength penalty stacking on here, along with using the General, not just having the General there. You know, just, the General applies the +5 combat bonus passively on its own, sure, and being Temur, it will apply, of course, to these Renaissance-era units, even has a Bombard in play, but that being the case, I mean, at 91 science a turn, our Gandhi player Jay Pizzle is down here at Gunpowder Metal Casting Siege Tactics. Of course, obviously has the metal casting. Mike's England here is at Military Science, but these players need to get the steel. Task Force is now all the way along here to Advanced Ballistics, Rocketry, and Advanced Flight, and that is very dangerous because that means planes are coming. There are 4 aerodomes down. Oof. That means 4 cities making planes at once. Potentially, at least. I'd be surprised if they weren't. Once bombers come into play this far ahead of time at the 262 science, the 140 and 124 science per turn are going to be quite a bit behind.
No.
You're at war?
I am.
What the heck?
I know this warmonger over here.
He's trying to attack on.
I see
Yeah,
you
because
are in planes. I mean,
Yeah, but he hasn't got them yet.
he has them, right? I mean, I see them. Or is it just the dome? Or is that the airstrip?
Alrighty, we did pan the camera down here, but there are no movements yet out of Mike. Bomb Mike to death.
Why would I bomb Mike? He's been really nice to me.
I'm attacking you next, fish.
Mike just straight out says it. I'm coming for you, buddy. Oh, goodness.
Hungry dogs, man.
Alright, let's see what happens. Top of the turn. 84.
21 turns to
2 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Excuse me. Oh, big hits going back and forth. Musket unable to one-shot the potato archer. This one taking the shot under the bar. Bombard moving up. Big hit. Oh! Big hit. What walls? Matter of time before planes show up. So which one of you has the stream open? I can hear it. I can hear it echoing. Which one of you? That's bad form.
It's not me.
Wait, isn't people not in this?
Wait, people are not in the game.
Oh, it's cat.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was like, wait a minute. I just said that. Wait, who's in here? And I had to look through my viewer list.
Are you watching it, Cat? Is that what's going on?
That's fine. I mean,
Oh yeah, see, you're talking and kept on
yeah.
like,
Yeah, I see it. I was like, something's not quite right.
I wish I would have been watching. I would have known Mike was about to.
Well, why didn't you have any units on you? Like, even one. Even if he had one, I wouldn't.
I have one unit.
Not that I can see.
All right. Lingapura still flipping back and forth.
City strength defense was like at least 40 or 50. Yep, like
Oof, it's so close. But these three are so close.
this turn.
55 seconds.
So next turn.
Yep.
Uber, accept Neo. Uber. Ah, never mind.
What's going on over there, fish?
Ancient era units are not very good against me.
It's not looking good, man. I thought he was getting hit by a natural disaster.
I mean, that's pretty much the equivalent to what that unit did.
I mean, what is he attacking you with?
Musket?
Oh, well.
That wasn't the musket that did it.
Oh, the bombard did the. Level
Alrighty, that's time. Let's see what the score rotates to.
Oh, Mike, come on. We're looking at. Oh, that's dirty.
Got up 20 points.
Alright. Alright, that is... Oh, wait. Didn't update yet. There we go. I don't know why that took so long. I had to reopen the screen. Alright. The lowest is Warbringer at 430. Oh! I didn't even get it out of my mouth. Oof. GG Warbringer. Oh! Oh, wow. Big hits going on.
Yeah, sorry, Blaze. I tried there with that city.
Oh, I don't care.
Alrighty now. Big hit Jay here raises one of Task Cities.
Should start Canada.
I hope you get your plane soon, Task.
Oh, I am.
Did you raise that city? No, he raised Fish's city, I think.
Oh, keep lowering the score. Keep going.
Oof.
I don't want this warfish, but...
Alright. Babylon conquered by Blaze in order to get rid of that pain. Hopefully, Blaze is going to start surging settlers out and just keep settling off coasts where he can't be touched. However, Virbahir is going to flip out into a free city that he will hopefully be able to retake. Otherwise, I mean, Lingapura is permanently going to get locked into freedom and keep flipping. And with this Forgetting the One Tile Lake, it's threatening all these tiles, which is so dangerous for Blaze. It said Sagari gets picked up by Mike up here in the north, and even then, I mean, Kutaisi is being hit rather hard as well by these muskets in the siege tower. Sarin, what do you think? I know I made a ton of mistakes, not usually Canada player at all. Second time playing the Civ. Alright, so, considering what religious choices you had, I absolutely loved the pressure range, because when you only had these 3 cities and you formed the religion, your capital was doing enough pressure with the range to pressure Pyro's capital. I love the choice there. It's not the greatest choice, but out of what was available, it was awesome. Your culture generation with the hockey ranks was an amazing choice, and I highlighted this earlier on Warbringer, and it was your government plaza around the holy sites and then these district placements around it. I honestly hope everyone who has been watching as we panned over this, I really hope, like, this is how you need to build your districts. It doesn't even necessarily need to be holy sites, campus, entertainment district, and whatnot, but doing this with your commercial hubs, campuses, industrial zones around the government plaza like this, just like these holy sites were done with the campuses. This is how players need to do this. And it was a great showing of that, Warbringer. So I do want to start off with that as a good thing, as a positive. Now, Canada is not a civ I play. Canada is not a civ that I play a lot personally. I get it up when I random. That being the case, you should have settled more, a lot more. All of this should have been settled out. You should have had 1 or 2 cities, probably 1 considering what you're working with. It was probably your capital here with Magnus still in it. Should have been pumping settlers non-stop. You should, like I said, you should have had all of this settled out, all your trade routes going to Lisbon here for a ton of gold generation, and you should have gone to the sea. Like you scouted it out later on when you made the galley down here out of St. John, and you had sent it east. As soon as you found this island, you should have settled on it. And you should have had galleys out and around to keep an eye out for the navy between Norway and England so that you could see it coming. And then you could have scouted up into here, into where this is, and you could have settled along here as well. And you would have had a lot more cities. As you can see, there's a ton of land available. And that's my biggest knock on you, to be honest. You had peaceful relations with your neighbor Phoenicia, and you should have capitalized on it. You had several military units out early in order to, quote, you know, put passive pressure out in order to basically say that, you know, Honestly, I underestimated Empire score. I spent so much faith on other things.
Science? Oh my freaking
Nah,
god.
you, yeah. The faith should have been on pushing out those
It
settlers.
doesn't matter if it gets eliminated.
Oh yeah, that's true too.
He still has to
He's
get more
not. I
score.
mean, he's not gonna get
He's
this.
top right now, but he's getting attacked. You can't sim and get more science.
I have just discovered that Kilimanjaro. It's been next to me the whole game.
Like, he may have more science than us, but if he gets dropped
Oh,
in score,
there's the bomber.
Yeah, but he's not gonna drop this score.
But other than that, Warbringer, I mean, like I said, as soon as you recognized that Phoenicia wouldn't attack you, especially after Pyro got eliminated, all you had to do was keep military units on the border here to keep yourself safe, and you should have exploded this out. Now, you knew about the threat of Michael's navy. Norway was eliminated early. Mike's navy became an issue. And this scout hasn't been here that long. It's been there for now about, 30 turns, which is a long time in game, sure, but you could have had this settled out. Could have had this under control as well. Like all these crabs to the gold generation, the fish, mercury for an extra, an extra luxury. And you would have had good production and food on these cities, on these little islands, even if you didn't settle here.
Is that DC started?
We should have said so.
With that in mind, those extra cities would have been more districts, which would have been more points for you. But additionally, would have been a stronger economy, more science, more gold, more production, more culture. And that's a big deal because it all adds up quickly.
Okay, I have a lot more bombers coming.
You better get them ready, fish.
Oh my god, you can
And a lot of units about to come.
Having desync issues back to back now with task. That's no good. I had 4 to 5 pins on the Lisbon Peninsula. Okay, well, that's fair enough. I can't see your pins, of course, unless you make it to where I can. And there was no reason to, of course, so, I'm obviously not going to blame you there. Oh, you were getting Mausoleum too, huh? And, yep, and Anchor Watt. Damn, you were close.
Mike,
Those would have put you over.
I'll have anti-air guns. They stop bombers, don't they? Yeah,
Do they? I don't know. I don't think they do, Mike.
Just gotta have a lot of them.
I don't know if they do, Mike.
Yeah. Enough not to die.
He's not even there yet.
Yeah, you're probably so far from anti-air.
No, not really.
He's pretty close.
I already got ballistics on my military science on this turn.
Mike is just pushing through. And Uber, when you watch this later, you need to be making a military, my man. You had some good SimCity going on. James Young gets picked up by the scientist Darwin. We had so much warring going on, I had to look away from Newton, who was picked up by Task. That was expected. Task had such a heavy pool of great scientist points that there was no way to contest Newton. Because, let's see here. Where is it? There we go. That's 36 scientist points a turn. That's raw. That's not projects. And reason being is because Divine Spark. I went to go check the religion because everybody raced a religion. I was like, wait, Tess didn't get a religion. I couldn't believe how fast everyone dropped holy sites. Everyone did, and a handful of players chopped. Like it was pretty surprising to see. With the bombers in play now, Jay's push is stopped. It's hard stopped.
Remember, Fish, what happens when India gets eliminated?
Oh, it's not. You're not gonna be eliminated, Mike. You're not gonna be eliminated.
Timer runs out. What happens, Fish? Can't take the cities, right?
Let's see here. I actually spent 700 faith the turn before Newton became available. Next turn I saw it before it was picked up. Oh no!
For no reason, 'cause you can't take
I mean that's true. Canada.
It's gonna be okay, Mike.
Is it?
Be okay. What's gonna happen when you? I mean, the timer runs out. I think Ubermensch is going. Oh wait.
We
Quite a dilemma here.
final.
Yes, it is, Fish.
Sarnath, what's the timer?
You have 15 minutes and 47 seconds remaining.
So, you know, if you decrease his score, you can't take any cities, Fish. So you should let him take your cities, right? You should let him take your cities. Right?
No settlers yet. Has the bombard. Ooh, bombards. Field cannons available as well.
Your cities are flipping, Mike. What's going on over there?
It's okay. It's okay, Fish.
I don't know. I've seen one city flip so many times now. It should be renamed to Warsaw. Well, one person got the reference. I'll take it. Well, thanks, Warbringer. Thanks.
No, I actually get it.
These units are pushing forward now.
It's all part of the plan.
Oof. Oh, pike and shots.
Well, you have a pistol.
Huh?
You got a pistol Blaze, Mike.
Hey, what score place is he in right now? Still up there.
Oh.
Taking about 10 settlers right now. And more science than you full time.
150 science there sitting from Blaze now that he's stabilized.
Can't touch my land. Stay off the coast. You got no game. Unless you become load anchor buttons as possible.
Yep, I mean, you know, that Blaze isn't wrong with that. That's not bravado. Angerwatt's not going to be touchable until battleships. And even then, I mean, battleships have anti-air on them to help deal with planes, but these bombers are just going to go along the land eventually. Of course, right now, Task is at war with Jay, but how much longer is that going to last? We have 2 bombers up here. No more stations just yet. Probably in production. He can house a ton of these bombers. He has the aluminum production here. If we pull up the Global Resources tab, is setting that maximum aluminum. No one else has aluminum yet, but everyone else went the bottom side of the tech tree. So that's going to be expected. The big tell is going to be eventually uranium and, of course, oil. Unfortunately, it's only a matter of time before Ubermensch and Jay fall. However, if Task...
Mike, you know that Uber is now below. Oh, it's right.
Remember, when the timer ticks...
It was it. Hello.
Well, that's what happens when you take my city.
Oof, Palenque getting hit here as well. Mike playing for keeps across the board here. So is Task. They're trying to make it so when the timer ticks and the lowest point player gets kicked, it's not the player they're trying to conquer. Because once this rolls to the AI, they can't touch it. Oof. So many promotions on these units. They've just been building up over time. I'm very interested to see all these settlers come out that are being talked about. Ancestral Hall being made now. All the other settlers were bought with faith at the time. Getting that musket.
How much time is left?
11 minutes and 2 seconds.
Take back one of your cities. You can't.
I don't have any units.
The city rebels in 2 turns. Take it back.
What unit?
What do you mean? You got a unit sitting right there.
Ooh, Courageous pushing up with the coursers here against the horses and crossbows. A courser being produced as well, badly needed to inflate the city strength score. I am rather surprised to see that the bomber tech doesn't increase city strength. You'd figure it would because he has a unit from that era on the field, so to speak. No more planes just yet. That said, the players are stopping into a bit of a lull here as they try to race up points again. Looking at science, task sitting at 236, 119 culture a turn. Georgia's starting to fall down here, down to 107 science, but still maintaining a 62 culture score, which is honestly excellent. Now, a good chunk of that is, of course, from the capital there with the Chichtenitsa, with all those tiles getting the culture in the rainforest being worked. Also, another thing to note is that war weariness is really bogging Michael down, as you can see. The 111 science and 55 culture a turn, it's been going up and down, turn after turn. But I honestly feel that, you know, if the wars don't stop, that war weariness is going to kick into a point where there's going to be amenity issues. And it's already starting to show and reflect. That being the case, talking of amenity issues, being at war with Gandhi, you increase war weariness a lot faster. So Task has to be careful as well. The bombers will make it quicker, but with these units coming out, I'm going to have to see what the bombers are going to... Oh my goodness. There's more units than there are bombers.
No, your cities will automatically rebel back to you.
Palenque gets taken out, of course. We did know that was going to happen. The Mikinishi Temple is picked up by the AI Mapuche, though. That is one less wonder for score that these players can rely on now. Because, again, they cannot take the AI cities.
It takes 10 turns or something for it to reveal back.
Let's see. I don't think so.
Because they can't take the AIs. And because if the AI takes all this over, Mike can't. That said, Blaze is in recovery mode. He's pushing settlers out. Honestly, look at this jump of points from Canada, 493. Crazy. Looking for these settlers to come out, not seeing them yet.
You have to give up, Mike. It's hopeless.
I don't think so. I'm not giving up yet.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. You drop me all the way to the bottom.
I only took 2. You were at like 4.
I mean, Warbringer is in 3rd place now. I was ahead of him. I was at 520 when you started attacking me.
You can take back what is.
in before timer ticks and the last man standing's in AI.
That would be funny.
That actually could happen because he said he made like 10 settlers.
I'm spamming a lot.
My AI is spamming one day. We're all gonna get outscored by my AI.
Pretty much. Come on. Now, these two cities are going to be forever lost, but these caravels going to have to retreat and heal eventually. But I'm more concerned about the promotions being farmed, because these frigates are eventually going to become battleships. And heavily promoted battleships are terrifying. Charles Darwin got picked up by Blaze. Alan Turing getting picked up. Next is going to be, and that's going to be for the computers, Eureka and one random. Whew. So I am actually a little bit curious for you guys here. What have you thought of this game mode so far?
This is awesome. It puts so much pressure. And it played really well.
Is it a game mode you would play again in the future? And if so, what changes do you think would need to happen?
I think that it should be added to regular FFA games, and I think the thing that should be changed is how, like, do you, when the timer ends, do you roll over, or is it just that time? Because you could be at war and someone take a city, and the score doesn't reflect it until the turn after.
That's what I've been doing with the turnover, is we've been waiting for the following turn. Because any actions taken during that turn won't reflect until the turn rolls fully.
I think I needed 3 more courses to take those 2 cities.
I think yes, you did. Very close though, man. Very close.
I think if I'd done 3 more courses, I think I could have done it.
How much time?
Yeah, except in that emergency thinking like, oh yeah, I can get planes online before you do it.
4 minutes, 9 seconds.
Well, boys, it was fun.
4 minutes?
I blame this on you, Uber.
I didn't attack Georgia.
Woo! For those of you watching from home or on your phones or wherever you decided to watch from, what did you guys think of this game mode and the match so far? Was it exciting for you guys? How do you feel about it? Is this something you would watch again? This added pressure of having these players know that the lowest score is going to get dropped, but they still need to worry about their technologies, their infrastructures, and different ways to accrue points, not just building wonders.
You have to live with your consequences,
Send a missionary out.
Okay.
Whew. Goodness.
So you can take the rebelled cities or no?
Pretty sure I can. I just can't take any additionals.
Is that the rule? Rebelled cities? You have to leave them?
Yeah. Free cities are only.
I wanna be killing them back and forth for like the rest of the game.
Really exciting game throughout the entire thing, to be honest. Oh, God. Alright. Do have cavalry online now for task. That is going to make a really big difference here. Cavalry online as well. Oof. Oh, yeah, no. Field cannon walls are just way too much. And cavalry never did good against walls to begin with.
Yeah, amazing in particular state. Just in time.
What's your score? It won't. I don't think you change. Score.
No, but I would just keep it just so you can keep it.
Oof. Here we go. Now Jay's been pushed all the way back now. Oh no, warrior.
Yeah, even though it's right by all my cities.
Alright, we are down to the last 40 seconds.
Oh, is that what happened? I got a -5 on me. No wonder I can't roll anything.
Alright, we're in the last 30 seconds. We're gonna let this turn roll over and we'll see where everything falls.
Just kick me, it's fine. That way you don't have to worry about the turn rollover. I can't take a city.
We have to wait for the turn rollover anyway. If you leave right before a rollover, it's gonna cause a problem. At least it used to, unless they fixed that. Alrighty. Once the turn rolls over, we'll see where all the bones fall. I'm cheering for Canada.
Canada might win this.
Well, if Fish doesn't take the city, he won't be able to take any more cities either.
Oh, I'll be taking cities. Trust me.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna take all of those cities with Bomber.
Yeah, he's gonna take pretty quickly.
I have faith in Jay's ability to get anti-air online.
I mean, him and Blaze are close.
I probably need a few more turns and probably have.
Right.
Alright, now let's settle this. Are you watching the stream over here? Or maybe a teamer. Oh, you gotta kick me.
All right. Rollovers hit. GG Uber.
Thank you, that was fun.
Okay.
Timer started up. 30 minutes on the clock.
Why were two
I can
people
hang
kicked?
out here or
2 people weren't kicked.
Yeah, Warbringer was kicked.
Warbringer was kicked a while ago.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he was bottom at the time.
Wait, what?
All that stuff finished.
Yeah,
No,
that's why I say Canada.
all that stuff he had finished a turn or two later.
Yeah. Yep.
And he jumped from 6th to 3rd.
Yep.
It was a huge jump. It would have been amazing.
Yeah, he said it. Sucks.
Lots of oil. Oof. With Uber out, that will mean that Mike's war over there is going to have to stop. But Task has full reign here. Has the 2 bombers stationed up top. Which means he has 4 bombers down here. More being made back home. I mean, these cities are going to fall quickly. It's been a great match. It really has, and I'm really glad to hear the players involved are having a lot of fun. Had a lot of fun before they got knocked out, and having the extra pressure of the timer was really exciting for both me as a caster to, it's an extra thing to keep an eye on. And sure, there's tons of stuff to watch in Civ, but that extra added element of pressure really threw a lot of players off, and it made them reanalyze what goes into score. It's not just technology, not just civics, it's not just empire score of cities, districts, and tiles. It's not just religion, not just wonders, it's all of those things. And being able to really make the most to try and keep golden ages going, or in Pyro's case, doing an incredible swing into a planned golden, or a planned heroic, I apologize, in the medieval era, was beautiful. However, we are on the downslope, so to speak, because we only have a few players remaining here in Task, Mike, Xayj, and Blaze, and Blaze really needs to catch back up and score. Said he was making those settlers, but I have not seen them come out, so was it just bravado? I'm hoping it wasn't the case, because some more cities and districts will really help inflate the score, and they'd be safe. There's tons of safe settles out here that still haven't been taken or touched by the AI or the other players. And he has so many bombards and domrays over here that these coastal cities are untouchable. If he brings some of these over and just upgrades them, Mike's not going to be able to touch it anymore. And in fact, with that, he's starting to fall back. Blaze is going to be able to retake these cities, and that's going to be absolutely huge. Because even though they've been dropped down to one population and more or less paralyzed in growth, those cities didn't have a lot anyways before they were taken. They're paralyzed. The majority of Blaze's economy and score were in all of these other cities. And that really saved him in terms of cutting losses. He was able to, like, okay, I can't hold those cities, but that's not a big deal. I could focus in other areas. And look at him now. Over 200 science a turn.
I have a lot of...
And even then, bearing all that in mind, I mean, with all this room Blaze has, I'd love to see these settlers eke out. Even out of one city, just nothing but settlers. It would really get a lot done. And there we go, look at that. Settler coming right out of the capital. 3 turns. With all that production. That's beautiful. 13 population city, 3 turning it out. And this volcano, I mean, look at what it's done here. These tiles, sure, it's damaged it, which is annoying, but it's still improving some of these tiles as far as base values. And the big... Against bombers, you need steel, friend. But the big thing is, usually the AI doesn't really matter. But in this mode, that the rules that have been set, you can't attack, you can't go after the AI cities after these players have been dropped for being lowest score. Because of that rule, these AIs are just sitting back developing, and they're grabbing great people, grabbing wonders. And those could be potentially key great people, scientists, writers, merchants, engineers, etc., that could really cause problems for the plans that the players are making. These wonders getting snatched out by the AI. These are key points that players aren't able to pick up and grab. So they really need to think, plan, and strategize, knowing the AI is still going to grab these things. Yep, cities flipping into liberation here. And these are muskets, so with Mike abandoning the southern front because Blaze has the technology to just hold him off. Even at battleships, I mean, it's not going to be enough. We'll see. Apparently, a city-state emergency against Michael and against Blaze. We'll see what the players vote. We'll see who engages and who doesn't. But because Babylon's off the coast, and there's all of these military units here, Blaze is pretty much untouchable as far as saving Babylon goes. And I mean, look at this. Fortification health 400. That's steel. Once you have steel, why is steel important? Well, it's important for a couple of reasons. The big one is the urban defenses. All your cities automatically have 400 strength walls. Now, support units, siege support units are no longer effective. Why is that important? Because siege towers and stuff, that all works up until this point. Not anymore. And also, planes are on the field. You now have access to the anti-air gun support unit and, of course, artillery. Now, you need oil for artillery, but that's not that big a deal. There's generally oil all over the place. Oil and uranium are honestly some of the most common strategics on the map as far as availability, at least as far as I've seen over the years, because I've never had trouble finding it. I've only ever had trouble finding the earlier stuff. Could be confirmation bias, who knows. Now we do have Javalpur going down as well as Agra, a settler acting out here to re-establish a city here for task, as he's going to continue to surge forward.
You know, and Blaze gets ahead of you.
Oof. And with Jay getting killed off, if Jay's killed off before the timer, that'll be between our bottom 3 players. Alright, special session of World Congress. City-state emergency for Blaze on Babylon. Yep, nope. I do not see any of them trying to engage on that. It's too hard to get to. Now, with that in mind, these free cities are going to rebel back to Blaze in 9 and 10 turns respectively. So he doesn't even need to worry about them. However, these bombers are aggressively pushing forward. There are 6 bombers up front here, and no more in reserve that are showing, but they could be in production. Not that Task honestly needs them, but after this point, he should realize that these bombers are going to be probably not all that great. Blaze for the target of an emergency. Now, there is, of course, the risk that the AI will participate, but I don't see that being the case. Oh, really? Who participated? Oh. Oh. Okay, then. More missionaries coming out. We're getting some religious pressure, and that's another thing to bear in mind. The AI always overgoes it on theological units. And why is that important? Because the AI could steal a religious victory in the game if they're not careful. Another issue to keep in mind with all of this is the culture, because 109 tourism turns, 17 from Jay, 32 from Georgia, 28 from Khmer, 39 from our friend Canada, 22, 14, etc., right? But this tourism could really add up. I mean, really add up. Because all these wonders are being produced, and with trade routes going through with the AI especially, that's going to rapidly increase the threshold of culture deliverances as well as religion, because trade routes deliver religious pressure as well. So this is going to be a question, of course, of at what point will those become enough to become a problem? Now we do have settlers starting to come out here. We have one over here by Yeshada Depora, and another one coming out of the capital in 2 turns. It looks like the capital is being converted into a settler machine. Oh, excuse me, goodness gracious me, allergies. Now with that in mind, Blaze is going to rapidly expand. There's tons of land to do this in. And because of how far off it is, it's going to require land units in order to go to war with Blaze effectively. And Task is so far away that by the time, let's say he got modern armor onto the field at this point, it would take so long to get there, Blaze will hit modern armor too, because they're so close in science. Now, less than half the culture, so Task is going to have the civic cards unlocked that the others don't. Now, bearing all this in mind, we do have this heavy bomber push coming from Task. And look at that. So this is what I'm talking about. The AI picking up these wonders. These players aren't able to now. And they can't just kill off the AI because that's against the rules they agreed upon. So these key wonders that could end up being those crucial points to stay in the game later on, they could really... These AI can cause so many troubles now, so many problems. It doesn't matter that they're bad at war. Task push is going to be unstoppable, though, at least as far as Gandhi's concerned. But because these bombers are just destroying and devastating everything, there's no steel fortifications for our Indian player here. So it's just going to be constant bombing, bombing, bombing. There are 6 bombers down here. So this will be done in short order. Blaze is continuing to just let these passively flip back to him, instead focusing on getting his score up, getting more cities out. There's plenty of room to the west here, and bearing that in mind here, is getting that score up at 520 now, is catching up to both Michael and the Canadian AI. Remember, that lowest player, if Jay Pizzle is still alive in 14.5 minutes, he will be the player kicked. Blaze won't be threatened by it. And with cities being taken turn after turn after turn, with these leapfrogging bombers, it's a race against the clock. It really is. Now we're going to pull up the tech tree here to take a look and see where all the markers are. Now, it is atomic era. Task is stopped here in terms of progression, so to speak, which means that he has gone back to do the bottom part of the tree to get the steel himself. While meanwhile, Blaze did go to steel first to get the artillery against Mike's navy, as well as the anti-air gun access and the 400 fortification walls against the planes from Task, just in case. Our England player, though, Michael, is at 123 science. Even though he was able to pressure Blaze and strip points away and prevent 2 cities from developing, forced a full-on turn for the engineering into war, forced that focus into units instead of development, Blaze bounced right back. He knew when to stop focusing on units and start focusing back on his infrastructure economy, not falling behind. And Mike has been forced to pull back and will have to until achieving battleships. And even then, these battleships will be able to clear out these units with the 3 range, but even then, I mean, most of these are going to be untouchable. That 3 range is only going to make Yeshua Depura accessible. Now, we do have another settler coming out this turn. This one's still going west. We have a Domre core now. Yep. Nationalism unlocked. We have multiple core being made throughout. We are going to get this off our screen and continue on. No promotions to battleships just yet from Michael. Not that he really has the gold. Wood with professionalism slotted. Oof, the emergency targeting J-Pizzle failed has been rewarded. And with that in mind, I mean, it won't reflect yet, but J-Pizzle should have gotten quite a chunk of gold out of that. But without access to the anti-air units to deal with the bombers, just isn't going to be able to pull it off. There are only 12 minutes left on the clock, though, but being able to move these bombers up, they're all going to be able to striking range of these two cities at least, while this one will be able to hit Kolar as well as the home of Jay, the capital. There are, however, 5 cities left. Will Task be able to do it? Will he be able to pull this off? Hotel 2.0. That said, this city is going to flip into rebellion soon, so it will be needed taken, or maybe the AI will take it. There are no units out for it, though, which is surprising, which means the J was able to kill those units off that were attempting to attack. Michael is getting more settlers out, more cities down, trying to get that score increase. I'd like to see another city over here, to be honest, but that said, we do have trade routes going back and forth. Quite a bit of naval movement going on here. I mean, these are all ancient era units in a medieval. Right here, we will look back at that after the voting's done to see what gets voted on. Come on, shift enter, thank you. But now that these are going to be bombard cores when they're upgraded, and eventually artillery core when the oil's unlocked, and we're going to pull that up as well. No, not the menu, you silly game. Looking at the global resource here for oil, everyone has oil. Everyone is generating oil right now. Which means these are going to be artillery core. Those are going to shred even battleships. They have promotions. That's going to be huge. Now, I'd like to see a bit of a culture push out of Blaze if possible, but I'm not too sure if it's going to be a thing. Grandmaster Chapel and 5 turns out of the capital that we can see. Unfortunately, can't see what the other cities are doing, but... Oof. Is this under construction? Nope, Great Library is complete. And another thing is, when you're warring these players as they've been grabbing wonders and other things, you're getting those wonder points as well. And it makes going to war with other players that have achieved these things that much more lucrative if you can make it happen. And Task here is having to slow down because these melee units that are getting these last hits in, they're still attacking a 64 strength city strength, even to get just that last hit, just to take the city. So they're getting beaten down rather badly, and because of this, he's having to hold up and stop. He's having to have these units sit back and heal and recover before pushing forward. And because of this, I mean, once Victor gets established in the city strength's going to increase. And if Jay slots the Bastion policy card with the increased city strength, it's going to be that much worse. Oof. We have some city-states flipping with the AI's turn. Alright, here we go. Sovereignty. Industrial city-states. Oof, 100% of the city-states yield type when sending trade routes to it. What was the vote here for this? Oh, wanted science. Everybody just chucked a couple in. No big deal. Urban Development Treaty, 100% production toward holy sites. And 3 diplomatic victory points to Task. Now hold on now, because Task has been feeding himself diplomatic victory points quite a bit here. Task is at 3 of 20. And oof, this is spread quite even actually. Bombers making their runs. Oh.
The last Farouk. He was off wandering. Got that good shot somewhere.
This is what I'm talking about. Blaze getting his score back up, getting it back and running. He climbed up 20 points. He needs to keep up that climb, needs to keep going. Michael is not that far ahead. I mean, Mike's really got to sit down and figure something out here on what to do. Has to keep getting the cities down. He needs to keep improving tiles, keep making districts, keep improving them. You keep spreading that religion, but that's not going to be easy because the AI will get aggressive about religion. As you can see here, look at all these apostles moving around from the Canadian religious faith here. I mean, just keeps spreading, keeps pressuring, converts in 39 turns. Now that's a long time, obviously, before it's going to become an issue, but that's my point, is all this pressure that's going on. And because the Canadian religion has the increased pressure strength, it actually could become a problem if they're not paying attention. Just the 2 settlers for now, 3, there's one there. So has switched off which cities are producing it accordingly, for the settlers at least. Hopefully Blaze will be able to recover here a bit, because Task is in an incredibly dominant position right now at that 280 science. And the reason being will of course end up being the acquisition of Einstein has not come up yet. But all these scientist pickups that are getting nabs, and of course Task has done an incredible job staying on top of the culture game, even at an early start. Now warranted, Blaze's Khmer has been trying to compete, but because he got drawn into that war with Michael, when Michael attacked him, he had to peel off, and no one was messing with Task, so Task just kept going. Oof. The Georgia AI here stepping on these missionaries here. I did see the mass minus 125. Oh, Blaze's missionaries are down here too. Have to see what's going to happen here. Might have some theological warfare going on. Yep, here they are. Yep, artillery corps. Those will destroy these ships if they dare to come back. And these cities will flip back in 6 turns and 5 turns respectively. Four and a half minutes on the clock, not much time left. Will Jay be able to hold on? Or will Blaze bite the dust? Or will Blaze be able to flip it onto Michael?
2 turns away for steal.
Nationalism up for Task as well. Honestly expected, given how high the culture per turn is by Task. They're hitting that 150 even. 280 science. No Einstein yet. If Blaze is able to snatch Einstein, we could see something here. 3.5 minutes on the clock. Going to be a close match here to see what will happen next, but I'd love to see these missionaries come over here and try to kill this one. Taoism. Ah, I see. He converted this over as well. Lots of stuff going on here. The AI is getting in on it too, putting units on borders. Rebellion in a turn. Rebellion 2 turns. If these cities rebel and Mike cannot hold them, like, he needs to be able to hold these cities. Otherwise, he's going to lose score that he's going to need, because this great library is worth a lot of points. 2 minutes 17 seconds.
Oh, I have to hurry.
Oh, I don't think I'll get it. There's a city way down in the by Cardiff, so I won't be able to like do a double elimination or something.
It's not looking like it. If these drop, even if the double elimination hit, losing these cities is going to chunk out Michael's score. Whether or not it's worth 20 points, there's no telling. A lot of things come into the calculations to score. AI's turn. And there's the double. And he's going to retake it immediately. He needs the score. Needs it. Alright, they're not worth 20 points, but they're worth 15 together. Whew. And what are we looking at for the era here? 17 to 27 turns. We have quite a bit before the industrial era ends. I mean, Task is sitting in that golden era, and so is Xayj. Xayj's on the downslope. Everyone else, however, is in that dark age as far as the remaining players go. Last turn, last turn.
Yeah, I couldn't get steel in time.
And alright, that's time on the clock. Next turn rollover, we'll be seeing another player go.
Good game all. Really enjoyed
Game.
GG.
Yeah.
Woo! Yep.
That was me.
Even I desynced that one.
Alright, fish, can't touch the cities.
I know, I know.
Yeah, you it's close.
I can't kill them, yes.
Oh man, what a great game. And who is going to be last man standing?
I mean, the guy with 200 more score, obviously.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's still up in the air, Mike.
It's too close. The science is too close. No,
Mine doesn't matter, do you think?
it does. The two of them are close enough that they're not going to be able to touch each other till nukes.
So we can still pillage stuff, we just can't take cities, or what?
Yeah, can't take the cities.
What do you mean? There's an hour left. There's 2 people left. I mean, there's 3 people left.
Still cheering for Canada. Ah, well. Hopefully these desyncs stop. So what are some changes you guys would like to see if this is done again in the future? Because there seems to be a bit of demand for it.
I don't know. This non-killing AI is pretty harsh.
I like it, to be honest. I like it a lot. Because those AI are still they're still grabbing great people. They're still making wonders. They're still settling cities to take up more land.
Yeah, I like it, and they can get in the way as well.
Because the AI is usually worthless, usually a useless hurdle. You just take their crap because they can't fight. But with this, the AI actually makes a difference. It's meaningful.
Oh my.
Oh, you have to kill it now.
Rude.
Okay, that's an old one. Love how when a desync completes, I get like every notification in the game as if all this crap happened in one turn.
It's kind of a poor design.
Yeah, well.
Overload of information. I do like how they minimize like the combat notifications, like they occur at the top right, kind of, and they're less annoying.
Yeah. I don't have to cycle through the infinite BS, so and so sent, delegates to whatever. Everything doesn't pop up in the center of the screen anymore. Alright, muted once again. With that in mind here, we're going to have these two cities flipping back to Blaze soon. With that, they'll be starting to get built up nice and tall. The fleet's standing by nearby, so I think he's looking to keep these cities in jeopardy with battleship technology later. But he's going to have a really hard time holding. He's just going to have to keep retaking them and holding them for points. Oh. So other than the base points that they have, these cities are worthless. He's going to have to keep retaking them every 2 or 3 turns. That said, Task has been forced to halt the advance and is just going on a pillage spree now at this point. He's not allowed to touch the cities. The AI across the map continuing to be a thorn in quite literally everybody's side, because grabbing up the wonders and the great people, they're just causing so many problems. Battleships here getting upgraded though back in Norwick. Looking to keep that hidden, it looks like. And another desync. Phew. Well, now it's my turn to desync back to back. Oh, not much I can do about it. Ay, ay, ay. Do you want them pillaging your crap? I mean, that's the way I look at it.
Yes or
No, you don't have to piece the AI at all. You just can't take their cities. So is there any idea what causes these desyncs to happen? Has anyone figured that out yet, or is that still up in the air?
I think it's mainly if like a lot needs to be loaded and resynchronized. Like, so you've noticed it happens when we kick a player, so that means an AI has to take over all of those units. And so it has to, I guess, process it.
And the AIs,
It eventually catch up.
yeah. Alrighty. I'm loading in. I'm just waiting for it to stop saying please wait. I'm ready. I'm ready to hit it, enter and be done. Oh.
Oh, there it is.
There we go.
Okay.
Alrighty. Now we're in it. In it to win it. Alrighty, there we go. Remuted once again. We do have battleships moving up back toward Blaze. This is going to be pretty darn exciting here, because these battleships are going to cause a lot of problems. But with tanks now in the cities, I mean, 102 city strength, 91 city strength, 80 raw, 77 raw. I mean, an artillery corps to back them up. These battleships are going to be in a lot of trouble here. Ooh, yep. Artillery and the bombards are taking shots on these units. That is going to be a pretty big deal here. But England is going to secure every admiral this game. There's just no contesting it. And with these battleships in play, eventually this is going to become overwhelming. Especially if one can get the +1 range promotion at the bottom. Now, Task is doing projects for science right now, but is sitting at a lofty 210 culture per turn. 125 tourism, not enough to be threatening a culture victory by any sense. Palenque has been taken out, and so has Bologna, picked off by a tank, and Palenque retaken because of the loyalty flip. But I mean, with tanks in play, I mean, these cities are going to have so much strength. These are going to have to be turned into armadas, these battleships. Otherwise, they're just going to get ripped apart. And if Blaze flips to the other side of the tech tree to get bombers of his own, yes, battleships do have anti-air capabilities, but sooner or later, it's going to become an issue. That said, Blaze keeping an artificially heightened military strength by a few of these promoted units, but because they're core, that makes it look smaller than it really is. It's just some big lofty militaries. Remember, the AI will engage if it has a higher military score, or at least an advantage, to start provoking in that direction. And that said, look at all of these religious units. They're about to go at it. Pulling up the lens here. I mean, they're looking to spread this faith, this religion, all across the board. Mike's doing what he can to spread his religion across in order to increase his religious score, increase those points, increase the spread, maybe even try to get a victory of some kind in, but it's just not going to be enough. Settler coming out of the capital here as more cities get placed down just out of range here of the coast in order to prevent any shenanigans with destroyers later on. This is going to end up going to nukes, I think, because, I mean, Task has to be close to nukes, and even then, not going to be far behind here with Blaze. With that in mind, I'm going to take a look at the tech tree and then the civic tree.
It's about to end.
Yep, nuclear fission, synthetic materials, computers.
What's the next game?
Take a look here, let's see. No rocketry yet. Task might be going for nukes. With a nuclear submarine, Task doesn't have a... Well, has a coastal city but can't get around because of the map design. So we're more likely to see a settler run out with a military engineer in order to drop a missile silo. That's probably a lot more likely. Now what are these battleships going to be doing? He's parking the artillery inside so that it can't get shot down and it can shoot out, but battleships have base range 3. Here we go, moving forward, taking shots onto the tank core. Both of them hitting it. Not even going to be able to two-shot it. Pulls the caravel back, realizes that it's just not going to happen. Is going to have to go up to artillery armies here to deal with these battleships eventually, because they are sitting on multiple promotions, which is going to make them dangerous. He needs the range upgrade to match with an observation balloon. Oof. Settler coming out next turn for Blaze, just looking to increase that score. 13 to 23 turns for the era here. But Blaze has overtaken Mike in score now. Oh, and it was with retaking Prieva here, along with settling these other cities out and just getting things increased. That Empire score 291 versus 290. Now, Mike has gotten a lot more great people because of all of those admirals, which is really helping him out. But look at Blaze's religious score of 34. These things do make a difference, even though they're often overlooked. Whew. It's going to be a rough time, that's for sure. That said, a lot of these bombers sitting on 2 or more promotions, and this is going to be a rough time, that's for sure. Alan Turing, still the scientist of the day, was passed by... There we go, Tank Corps went to hit the city. Or rather, it hit the field cannon and one-shot it. That's still plenty going on. There we go. Retake Singapore has a tank corps parked in it. The city strength is going to be too high for these battleships to really take down all at once. However, these units aren't going to be able to move up to deal with the battleships. They're not strong enough, and the battleships are just going to rip them apart. Either case, another settler comes out. More cities being taken, more expansions. Keeps going, keeps pushing out. Lots of builders coming out too, getting these tile improvements done. Moving the units over into positions. Got to be careful here. Getting that encampment put down so that he can park another artillery in there. These could have some lasting decisions here. Michael's gonna have to make some choices. Has more battleships back at home. Not bringing them forward though. Might be using them as anti-air coverage just in case task comes down, but speaking of task coming down, there is a settler going in that direction. I'd love to see a military engineer with it just to get that missile silo made up. Does need rocketry for that though. Does not have the rocketry check online, and there is 11 minutes and 50 seconds remaining on the clock here before the next elimination. And there it is. Michael's starting to fall behind Blaze now. He's got to be careful. Has to pull back ahead. Blaze getting all the Empire score is what he's pushing right now. At 302 Empire score to Michael's 304. But wait, Michael has more though. Why isn't this a thing? Well, the issue with it is that as all these tiles get improved, more districts get placed, more cities get placed, populations go up, that's going to add to that Empire score. And that's why getting all these cities established and put down is really important to part of this. But that's a small portion of it. The fact that Mike needs to keep retaking these cities over and over and over and over is going to start wearing down. Canada here is still a super strong contender for the top 3, which is pretty exciting. It's really nice to see an AI, even though it was controlled by a player originally, be able to push this. (10 minutes 20 on the clock). Alright, good. Looks like the D6 have finally stopped. The system's all caught up with itself. There we go. Cities flipping, being instantly retaken at the top of the turn. This has been happening on repeat for Mike. It's unfortunate that's going to happen, but it's how the loyalty system works. And without those cities, he loses a lot of points. And here we go. Really using those first moves to get into position here. As soon as that battleship took its shot, Blaze shot forward and started shooting them down. And I mean, look at the damage being done here. That second promotion battleship here on the right is almost dead, and this one's wounded. He is going to have to fall back. question is going to be is what's going to happen. Blaze and Gandhi have made peace. Not that big a deal. Now, more settlers coming out, more builders are coming out, really pushing and upgrading, putting things down, because districts are going to take a long time to make now. This late in the game, districts take forever. However, these are now jet bombers with multiple promotions. There's the military engineer. Tank scouting out ahead, a couple of them. And it looks like this and these tanks from the military jet are going to go here, over here to drop that that city for the nuking site. You're going to see if rocketry got picked up here. No rocketry yet. You need rocketry for the missile silo to act as nuke launch sites. Of course, you don't need some Manhattan project to make the nukes, but that's easily done. Thermonukes are all the way up here, of course, but the scary part is task is already right here. Would it be that far-fetched to say nuclear fission's right around the corner? Nuclear fusion, I apologize, fission's the base nuke device. But that's what it all boils down to, is these nukes are going to be coming in. Whatever you want to do is my response. I need about 5 turns. I mean,
Wait, who moved me here?
maybe 4. Alright, there are 6 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Do 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 do. Pressure's on.
It's gonna be you and me, Blaze.
Wait, what's going on? I don't know why I'm here now. I thought I left this channel.
I don't know why I'm here. I thought I left.
Mike or Blaze, could you explain?
Woo! Aw,
Is
man.
the second game about to happen or what?
We'll see. I'm not too sure. It's up to them.
I'm almost home, so I'm sure.
5 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock.
Ooh, next 2 turns or 1 turn?
About 2 turns, based on the turn timer.
Who's winning in this game so far?
Fish has already won the game. Just betrayed me and Blaze for the 3rd spot.
It's the final countdown.
Oh, we'll see what happens.
We're going to Venus. Going to Venus.
The AI is sending me warnings because I have a weak military.
Maybe end turn? Plus.
It's, I don't know what to tell you there.
Maybe end turn, Mike? Yeah, thank you.
Jeez. Task is like, gotta go, 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 go.
Things to do, Mike. Come on.
What do you mean? I mean, that battle, you can't hit me with bobbers in battleships.
Mike, shut up.
This keeps her rebelling anyway. You're gonna wait 2 turns no matter what.
No. I'm gonna do something.
nuke ready.
Yeah.
I don't know where the drone is.
No, he has 5.
Blaze, you gotta get 4 more score, Blaze.
We'll see what happens.
I get 4 more score.
Oh. Oh.
Yep.
Oh. Okay then. Let's. Well, the question is, will you have enough time to bring the pain?
Mike, maybe end turn plus.
Oh.
Mike, we don't have all day here. You're gonna really like this, Mike. You're gonna really like it.
Mine. What if I'm God? How am I gonna like it if I'm God? It's the last turn, isn't it?
Nope.
No, it's not. Nope.
Nope. It'll be the next
One more
turn.
turn, and we roll over that turn.
Oh, well, I better get my steel walls next turn.
I don't know if it's gonna help me.
Oh my goodness. Waiting the timer out.
Come on, Mike.
I mean, this next turn's happening. The timer's longer than the turn timer.
Matter, fish.
Oh, nothing's the matter over here.
Matter.
You're probably not gonna be a fan of what happens though in a second.
Jesus.
I have my battleships.
Not over here, you don't.
You Blaze done saw to that shit. Alright, last turn, last turn.
I better see some nukes come later. I'm gonna be disappointed.
Why bring nukes when they could be thermo nukes?
But he's got 1 more score than me.
Oh.
1 more score.
Alright, last turn, last turn.
Last turn. It lives. No, it dies.
I've never seen like such a disappointed realization. Oh.
It died. I blame it on you, fish.
Oh. Jeez,
Just
dog.
a casual one shot on your battleship, Mike.
Oh my god.
It's alright. You can't take any of my cities.
Oh my goodness. Canada tying for second.
all that can be done. Let's just see what happens.
Right, get that kick button ready. Get that kick button.
You don't lose points from losing that city, so that might have been enough.
What
to help you
point
out
is
later.
that? I just built another city too, so we'll see.
Yeah, but this city you lost had districts in it and
It had
improvements.
a harbor.
And it's a win-win for me. Like either Mike's out of the game or he's not, and I get to keep on pushing.
No, I CC if I'm second.
Nah, Blaze, you gotta be eliminated too.
I'll ask for a Rel vote.
CC to Canada. These jet bombers are promoted just for you, Mike.
The problem is the jet bombers have 3 promotions on them from you attacking Jay. All right, let's see what this final score is going to be. Will it be enough?
It will, because I lose 2 seats.
Oh, jeez.
That's the game, folks. 71. 7.
There you go.
It was fine.
Yeah, that was a good one.
So, everyone who played really enjoyed the game, really had a good time. What would you guys change?
Would you say you could have come?
If only India.
What would you guys change if we did this again?
More Mike off the rip.
More Mike.
Me over.
There we go.
Stop,
I think I was 3 Caracas away from taking 2
I didn't
seconds.
want your score to go down. What do you mean?
You should have killed me if you're gonna attack me. Meaning I could reset my score.
The problem was the cities
I
taken.
wasn't trying to just kill you. I was trying to get a couple more score. I wasn't trying to lose.
Honestly, these cities may have fucked you in the end because when they flip back, it's like 25 or just.
There's no one else to attack over there. Everyone else turned and flipped between AIs. You can't attack anyone else. Like before I was about to go over there, but like all the AIs were like Canada was an AI, Elimination was an AI. So what am I gonna do? Can't sail over, sail back.
I think I.
All right, well, GG everyone involved. It was a lot of fun. This was the post CCC elimination match. Opponents choose civs. Congratulations to Task Force Fish for taking the victory here. Second place goes to Blaze. Third to Mike. Congratulations. Thank you guys for stopping by. I hope you had a great time watching the match and supporting the teams during the CCC. Thank you guys so much. It's been absolutely phenomenal.
Can someone help me with the order?
Hope you guys had a good time, and I look forward to seeing you guys next time.